This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to another day of action on the European Cricket Network. We have arrived at our next destination. History of this country tells us that the people here have had plenty of hardships and battles in the past, but they've remained united and stronger together. Their resilience has shone through. The country now is thriving, is known as the singing nation. They are leaders when it comes to innovation and technology in the world, amongst other things. And it's quite fitting that we're here today for the start of this series, because today is all about families. It's International Day of Families today. Family isn't just an important thing, family is everything. So today, myself, Rika Full, on behalf of the European Cricket Network, I want to welcome you with open arms to this beautiful country. We are on tour in Estonia. Great to be back in Estonia. History, culture, and of course charm. And of course the Tallinn city is absolutely wonderful. It is vibrant and lively. And not that far away from there is this beautiful Estonia cricket and rugby international ground, and from here we'll be bringing you all the action. I know we've been blessed with some women's cricket lately on the channel. Good news is we continue with women's cricket here. We're going to start with some T20 action between the hosts Estonia are taking on Bulgaria. And let's go straight over to the coin toss.
Coin? You can call.
Yeah.
Tails it is.
Button.
Yeah, batting.
Thank you very much there to the umpires and the match officials. So we can hear the news from the middle is that it will be Bulgaria having a bat first. One thing about these two teams is they're going to be very, very competitive, I feel. They're very closely ranked to each other. For example, Estonia are ranked number 70 in the world, and then Bulgaria is 72. And that tells us that the matches that we're going to see between these two teams are going to be pretty close. Estonia have played 10 ICC ranked matches, whereas Bulgaria have played 8. Both teams have yet to win a match. So this is going to be a historic day for one of these two teams, picking up their first win on an ICC International T20 tournament. One thing that we can say about both these two teams, they will be competitive when it comes to being in the field. I think the bowling has been good, and we're going to see some good bowling from them. Batting is where there's been a problem. For example, with Bulgaria, on the 8 innings that they've had, they've never managed to bat 20 overs, and that is reflected on their average score of 62. Whereas Estonia, they've done a little bit better. They've got an average score there around about 76. So those are areas that these two teams know that they have to focus on. It's got to be said that both teams are coming out of a very harsh winter. Haven't played too much cricket, though. I do know, talking to some of the players, that they've had some training indoors, and I know that Estonia here have only just managed to start to play a little bit of cricket outdoors. So you can understand that the first match is going to probably be a little bit rusty from both these two teams, but I think that it's going to be competitive matches, and I do feel that maybe Estonia playing here at home probably will be perhaps the better side first up. It is International Day of Families, and one thing about families are that they're growing all the time. And we've got somebody new that's joining our family. A little bit more on that a bit later, but join me in the commentary position and I'll tell you a few more facts about these two teams. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to Estonia. Here we are, and we're ready for some T20 international action featuring the hosts, the women there of Estonia, are taking on Bulgaria. So welcome to Bulgaria, and I can tell you that both sets of players are very, very excited to be out there. I'm loving the look there of Natalia there behind the stumps. I'm liking her headgear. But you saw and heard there from the coin toss that Bulgaria, good move from them, wanting to bat first now. I said in my intro that batting has been an issue for them. But one player that's also always stood firm for them is Detalina, their captain. And I think she's going to be pretty key here. She looks like we're going to get ready to start the umpires out there. Joe Foster with umpire Vimukti, who was there, of course, for the coin toss. It's great to have you with us on a cold, it has to be said, it's a very cold day in Estonia. Temperatures at the moment just about 4 degrees. Highs going up to about 12 today. A bit of cloud cover. And there is the odd chance of a shower a bit later on, but let's just hope that we don't get any disruptions here. The ground is looking absolutely immaculate. Here's the first ball, and it's going to be Anna-Marie Vasic to start, the captain. And bowling right arm over, and it's a wicket straight away. Well, it's a royal duck. What a delivery that is. What a start. It's a dream start for Estonia, as Nikolova is going to go very first delivery. Look at the celebrations. Oh, you got to feel a little bit for Vili. But it's just a perfect delivery. There's no other way to describe this. It's the perfect start. And Anna-Marie Vasic, just have a look at this. Full straight. And it's timber. Jagadefotte stumps out of the ground. It doesn't get any better than that. And, well, that's the departure of Vili. Vili's going to go without scoring in Estonia. A dream start for them. We're going to start with a royal duck. And Vili makes her way back. But I'm sure that she will get opportunities a little bit later. But what a delivery that was from Vesic. Vesic, of course, always one of the key players for Estonia. Always in the wickets. And very handy with the bat as well. Remember, took 5 for 12 when they played in the Nordic Cup against Finland. And that's her best bowling figure so far. Well, she might be looking to improve on that here this morning as the next batter that comes in, and it is the captain. I mentioned that Detalina has been the main sort of backbone of the batting of Bulgaria. And well, she gets back down onto this one, says to Stanislava, stay where you are at the moment. I want to say a very good morning to all of our viewers around the world, wherever you are tuning in from, of course. As I said in my intro, it is International Day of Families. Welcome to you, our ECN family. Here's the next one from Vesic. He's on the money again, and gets another. Oh, that's just top quality bowling here at the moment from Anna-Marie Vesic. The second wicket goes down, and it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Detalina. And it's just getting the ball in the right areas, and it seems to be coming through on this pitch as well. So the ball coming through, there's a little bit of zip in it, and that's the off stump now out of the ground. Excellent bowling. Here we go again. He just gets the ball in the right area, and yeah, it hits the top of the stump. And you can see the captain very frustrated there. It's going to be Detalina is going to have to depart now as well. 2 wickets in the over. And Anna-Marie Vesic, she is on fire. Disappointment as the captain goes back. Well, I did say that I will be introducing a new member of our family on the European Cricket Network, and it's a good time to do it now because things are happening here pretty quickly as Simona is coming out at number 4. And it's my great pleasure to have Marco with me here this morning. Marco, very good morning to you.
Hello and welcome. Fantastic to be here. Thank you. 3 balls in. We've already have 2 wickets. If she keeps pitching the ball up like that, there could be some interesting results.
Well, let's see how she goes here. Here comes Vesic once again. And, oh, that's pretty close to being another. You know, does well. Does Simona to get a little bit of bat onto this.
Yeah, just enough to keep it off the stumps. But if she's keeping the ball pitched up and she's attacking the stumps, and I think the batsmen are going to have to get down on that.
Vesic again. Pitches up.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit fuller this time. It's bat on ball, and they will get the first one on the board. So a bit of delight now for Bulgaria. Simona, she does manage to get off the mark, just slightly more over pitch this one, Marco, and it ends up, makes good contact, and first one's on the board.
Yeah, just a little bit over pitch, but she managed to get it out to mid-off for a single, and they're off on the board.
This one's just down the leg side. No shot played, really, so I don't think they're going to be running here, but you've got to be careful with that one. Stanislava faces her firstborn, and she's quite happy just to pat it out. The over comes to an end. Well, Marco, what a start that is for you. First time, and for you here on the European Cricket, welcome. And, well, crazy start. 2 wickets and just a 1 run.
Absolutely fantastic to be a part of this, and 2 wickets for 1 run in the first over. You couldn't have hoped for more action. And now let's see what our number 2, the next batsman, hasn't faced a ball. Oh no, we're going back to, she faced the original ball. Batting, Simona should be on strike.
Yeah, Simona has got a run to the ball, the only one so far. 2. So now, well, that's flighted right up, and that struck well. It's a good hit. It does go to the fielder, who does most of the work, takes the pace of it, and that's Binish Swani, who's out there, does well. We've got a couple of new players in here for Estonia as well, and that Chamali Lokugu is playing, and also Githama, so welcome to them. It's a little bit down the leg side. That's played away nicely as well now. Should be looking for go to 2 here. I wonder if they do turn it now. The stop sign goes up pretty quickly there from Stanislava. So they'll just take the single, but this is better. This is Maret Valna who's bowling. Maret, of course, we've seen her actually captaining Estonia in the past. So giving the ball a bit of flight here. It's set to come in again. And a little bit wide that time, or will be called there by the umpire. So, Marco, we're going to have to talk quickly in between these overs, because don't waste much time to the women. First of all, once again, welcome. Now, tell our viewers a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
Well, I grew up in Perth, but my cricket career is generally in Austria. Vienna Cricket Club was my club.
That's another one down like so. Of course, we know Vienna very well. Of course, that's the Seabarn Cricket Ground. And I know, just talking to you before we went on here, that yeah, you spent a fair bit of time there. In fact, it's a special place for you.
It certainly is. It's a home away from home. I got married there, and I helped build the ground back in the day.
There you go. That you can't get more connected to a ground than that, can you? Help build it, and also got married there. And tell us a little bit about. I'm sure viewers would like to know a little bit about your cricketing background. So, I mean, I think from your accent, we can guess where you started playing your cricket.
Certainly, yeah. Well, as a Perth boy in the 80s, fast bowling was what I wanted to do, and that's how it panned out. So I was a left-arm opening bowler, and managed to play for VCC and for the Austrian national team for a number of years, and then went on to some managing and some coaching there. Got us through some tournaments, and was around in the wild 90s of European cricket. Oh, and another wicket gone down, pitched up again. Is that middle stump out of the ground?
Yeah, well bowled. You can see she was getting closer and closer and getting the ball a little bit fuller. The first started a little bit wide down the leg side, and it went too wide down the off, but eventually, well, it went to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Then this one right down the middle. It's another one that's gone, and Simona will go for 2 of the 4 deliveries that she faces, and Bulgaria lose another. They are 3 down now with 5 on the board. Here it is again, just right there, and I'm liking the old bling bling from the stumps as well. It's not just the bails that are shining, so are the stumps when they get knocked out the ground. I don't think the batters like that one too much, though, do they?
I don't think so, but on a day with grey clouds, it's nice to have some shining bling. So here we are. We're on to the 4th ball of the over. And pitched up again, but well fielded. Back to the bowler. No runs there.
Nice, tidy stuff. It is the end of the over. And just a few issues there, folks. You see that with the scoring system at the moment. I suppose first thing in the morning, especially in a cold morning like this, you're always going to get a few glitches, but we'll get those sorted out pretty soon. But the over does come to an end, and of course, that's 5 on the board, and 3 wickets down. A very good over there from Murray. Just 4 runs coming off it, but picks up that wicket, and we go straight back to Vesic, and it's going to be a dot ball to start.
It's another good ball just outside off stump, and what I'm really liking about both of the bowlers so far is just their willingness to keep the ball pitched up. They know if it's on the stumps, they're in with a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping it simple, and keeping the ball pitched up. That's what Anna-Marie Vesic is doing here. Well, just a little bit down the leg side, but you can see she gets that quicker ball in and it zips through. One thing I'm seeing on this surface early on, Marco, is that ball is coming through. I think sometimes on artificials, once the ball is pitching, it slows up. Doesn't seem to be the case here. It goes through.
Also, I find early on artificials, the ball can zip through a bit more. Maybe in the afternoon when it gets a bit warmer. And she bangs that one in, but it's a bit wide.
Wide ball, and the batters also run there as well. So good running. This fielding gets done there, down there in the deep. So Vesic, I wonder if she's just getting a little bit excited here. And Vesic and just trying to bowl perhaps a little bit too fast. Doesn't need to.
Absolutely not. Just keep it simple on the stumps and pitched up. And the rewards will come your way.
There've been plenty of rewards already here for Estonia. It's well bowled. Just getting bad onto it, keeping that one out.
It's a good ball again, outside off stump. The batsman fending at it, goes through to the keeper. No runs. Once again, it's a nice action, and she's managing to bang it in a bit as well, which is good. Test this pitch out a bit.
That one's going to be called another wide there by the umpire. So umpire Joe Foster, of course, we know Joe very well, part of the ECN crew, and that's a bit of a tight one, I would say, that from Joe. I think that ball just catch a bit of that line. Of course, guidelines there for the umpires, but Joe Foster not giving Anna-Marie Vesic too much joy that time, and she pitches that one up. That's actually well blocked out.
Yes.
It's a good delivery, Yorker length delivery, and jams the bat on it this time. Does Slovenia.
And very quick in the mid-wicket, the fieldsman there, making sure that they weren't going to skip through for a single.
Vesic again, and that's well met, and the batters will go through for another single. That's what Bulgaria have to do here now, get bat on ball and try to take the singles. But of course, Estonia, they're putting the squeeze on pretty well. They've got plenty of bodies in close, and having said that, they've still got a sweeper out on the offside there to Vesic, and in that sort of quite a wide, long off position. It's I'm not sure that they really need somebody out there at the moment. Nothing's been hit that way. You could quite easily still put another body inside that 30-yard circle. You can see that it's that one's going to get through the fielder, unfortunately. I think that was Merritt, who is attacking the ball, but over attacks it and gets through. And it will take another single.
Just a single, so not too much, but yeah, she didn't quite get her body behind that, but still she chased it down, got it in quick.
Yeah, key thing is that they get through and over of Anna-Marie Vesic, and no wickets in it this time round, but still a good over. And 5 runs come off that one. A couple of wides in there as well, that didn't help it, but Bulgaria are now 10 on the board and 3 wickets down.
3 wickets down. They don't have the deep long on off at the moment, which I think is a good move. That one was just a bit outside off stump, but again pitched up, and the batsman lets it go through to the keeper.
Yeah, so Merritt now continues. Merritt Valna, that's a great personality. I remember speaking to her a fair bit when Estonia were in Cyprus last year, and she was the captain then, but has passed on the reins now to Anna-Marie Vesic, who is looking to pick up the first victory for Estonia, T20 internationals. This is ICC. Remember that Estonia have played in the Nordic Cup, but they play Finland there. And Finland, of course, for a number of reasons, don't actually, any matches with Finland don't qualify as ICC matches. So, and they have had a win. They did beat Finland. And there's another wicket. Great catch and a lovely moment. Speaking of winning, they want to be winning this match. What a lovely moment that is. Hugs all around for the fielder who holds on to the catch. And I get the feeling that that's the lady that's making a debut. It is Chamali Lukugi, who takes a really good catch here. She's backpedaling a little bit here, Marco, but she holds on to her above her head. And there's the joy, there's the delight. It's another wicket down. No delight, though, here for Bulgaria, as it's going to be Slavea, who's, I think he's going to have to part here. So another one does bite the dust. And in fact, it's I think that's Gabriella, actually, that's going to go. So another one bites the dust. We're just having a few issues once again with the scoring system. So another one does bite the dust. So another wicket will go.
But it was a good catch. The ball just came onto her a bit quick. Didn't get back. The batsman didn't get back on her back foot enough and just popped it up to the short mid-wicket. But I think the exciting thing is today, one of these teams is going to walk away with their first win.
That's right,
and
yeah.
That's going to be brilliant.
That's going to be great. And, you know what it's like, Marco. I mean, we've all been, I think, in a team where, you go through a period, whether when you're starting out or some point when you just can't get that win. But once you get that win under your belt, I mean, no matter how positive and enthusiastic are you anyway, but a win is a win. And that then gets something special started. There's the fielder again, Chamali, who took the catch.
Momentum.
Yeah, that's the word, momentum. Keep that momentum going. We're just talking about a lovely person, Morat Valna recent. Well, she's going to be chuffed that she's picked up another wicket. And I don't think she's done yet. That's a nice looking shot. She's unfortunate, actually. Plays that quite well. Nicely timed. But not able to get it past the fielder. This is Biliana.
Yeah, it was a nice shot and also good fielding in the deep gully, point region there. She got that in nice and quick and no chance for them to go through for a single. That one's going to be a wide, just a little bit outside off. But once again, she's keeping it pitched up and that's where she's going to get her chances. The one time she did pitch it a bit short, she got the wicket. So it is coming onto the bat just a bit quick.
That one's down the leg side and will be called a wide by the umpire. But batter's not able to take an extra there. So Bulgaria, I mean, one thing I mentioned, Marco, in my intro is when I was having a look back at their matches, they played their record, if you like. They played Serbia in 4 matches last October. Another wide there from Artan.
Bit too far outside off.
Yeah, didn't pick up a win against Serbia, then against Greece. They lost all 4 matches against them in Corfu as well. But the main issue was with the batting. Some low scores there. They haven't batted out 20 overs. And they're averaging around about 62 is the average score. So that's something they need to put right. It's going to be difficult for them here, especially when you consider they've lost those early wickets early on. But that's what they're trying to do, just trying to find some consistency with the batting. And it's all about partnerships, isn't it? Need a partnership here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Stay out there, hit some balls, get some runs, but again, pitched up, swings across the line, and the middle stump is out of the ground. Another fantastic delivery from Valna, and that's her 3rd wicket now for just 8 runs off her 2 overs.
Yeah, well, this is the way to do it without watching around the world. It's simple. It's getting the ball pitched up. And unfortunately, Miliana, she goes across the line here, but it's right on middle stump, and there's no footwork. If she goes forward to this, get a chance to block it, but that's on middle, stump out of the ground, juggle the putty, look at it go. It's another one that bites the dust. Brilliant bowling from Maret Valna. And she takes another, and at the end of 4 overs, the Bulgarian women, they're struggling here now, big time, 14 for 5.
Half the team down, only 14 on the board, 4 overs down. And both bowlers, Vasik with 2, Valna screaming through them with 3 for 8 off her 2 overs. But all Bulgaria have to do is just hang around. They've got overs in hand. Just keep the ones off the stumps out, and hit them in the field and get some singles, build up their score. Time is on their side.
Time is on their side. Yeah, doing everything. They're keeping it simple. They're doing everything right at the moment. And
Hopskipping a jump in that run up.
yeah, we're seeing a change in the bowling here. This is Victoria Frey who's coming into the action, and going to start with just a wide ball. You see there, she just maybe she's just slipping around just a little bit.
Yeah.
So welcome, good morning to Victoria. She starts with a wide, but Victoria, a very good player. A good all-rounder is Victoria Frey.
A very energetic run up to the crease. And a good delivery there, just outside off, past the batsman to the keeper. She'll be happy with that.
Yeah, she will be. I mean, she's got good bowling figures. In fact, she took 2 for 35 when they played there in Gibraltar not that long ago. That was in April 24. 2 for 19. Also, I remember her bowling in Cyprus. And very good bowler, very tidy. Let's see if she can get in the wickets there as well. Oh, she's getting closer and closer, isn't she? Oh, by that much, she said. Missed just by that much. Yeah, she's not wrong either. Have a look at it.
It's excellent line she's bowling. Excellent line, just outside off. Batsman hanging the bat out to dry, and as she says, misses by a whisker.
Here comes Frey again. And this time she goes to, you can see what she's trying to do there, Marco, trying to pitch up a little bit more, but trying to get that Yorker in, but just strays a little bit down the leg side. But I don't mind that. She's trying different things.
No, it takes courage to pitch it up, so absolutely, if it goes down leg, so be it.
Well, this is Slavea. Been there, she's faced 6 balls for the 1 run she's got, but of course that's going to be another wide, and I suppose that's another thing here, Bulgaria. I mean, they'll take whatever extras that come their way. And they know I mean, a score, what are you thinking here? We were talking about sort of past scores. Bear in mind that Bulgaria have struggled batting out their 20 overs. I think a score, they've got to be looking for at least a minimum of 80, I think, here.
I think 80 is going to be a winning score. I think with 80, you're right in the game. That, again, good ball pitched up. Batsman keeps it out. Goes into the point region. But a good ball, I hope Victoria keeps it there, because she's doing well. And don't get frustrated with the wides. Just keep doing what you're doing.
And she does. That's well bowled again. And one thing we have to remember, Marco, speaking to both sets of players, I know when I was speaking to Detalina, the captain of Bulgaria, I mean, they've only just started to practice a little bit indoors, haven't played outside. Estonia very much the same. I know that they've only recently been out on the field, and but most of the work that they've done has been inside. So as I said, I think in my intro, that the women are going to take a bit of time to get into their rhythm. But one thing has to be said from Estonia, their bowlers. I mean, so far they've just been spot on. Marie Vesik, the very first ball was on the money straight away. So was Moret, and here you can see here Victoria Frey. Obviously, the 1 or 2 may go adrift, but more or less is wicket to wicket, good bowling. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Estonia.
Absolutely, they've been keeping a consistent line. I like Frey's bowling. It's got a lot of energy to it, and it was a very good first over. It was just 3 coming off it. Didn't quite get the wicket, but she was there.
Yeah, she kept it there.
Far off.
You're right, she kept it there. Hey, let's have a look at what's happening on the network. Of course, we've got 2 T20 happening here today with Estonia taking on Bulgaria, but they're in Sweden. I know that Tina Goff will be talking you through a match is 16 to 20 today. Seaside, well, I'll tell you what, I do like to be beside the seaside. Mind you, it's the Baltic Sea over here, and it's a bit cold. But anyway, Seaside taking on Ariana Kif. That's the match that'll be starting there. So go well there, Tina. I know that Vinny Sandhu will be also joining Tina back in a day or so. Wide ball to start here. So it's the first time we're having a look at Jamali Lokugu. And let's see how she starts. Took a very good catch earlier. I think it's, would you say it's Lokugi or Lokuge?
Lokuge.
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 Yeah. Well, she's made a good start. This time it's the no ball. just not getting it on the pitch. But I'm liking the fact that she's getting an opportunity here. Of course, she's going to be a little bit nervous playing for the first time on debut here, of course, for Estonia.
Absolutely. If you didn't have nerves, that's just not right. But here she is. That, again, just too far outside off. But if she brings it in, she'll be right in the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that one was scored a no ball, actually. I think it's still a free hit, but this one, it did catch the pitch, didn't it? What am I missing here?
It certainly caught the pitch.
Yeah, definitely not. I don't think, maybe number of bounces, maybe it bounced twice before it got to the batter's crease. And that also is the same. So let's have a look. So remember, the ball can't bounce twice before it gets to the batter's crease. I don't know if we get a chance to look at it here now. But know that the bowlers, one thing, they get through their overs pretty quickly. So we see the second bounce here, maybe by the time the ball comes through. Yeah, you can see there. Thank you very much. The 2 circles. So the ball just bouncing twice before it gets to crease. Now you can see she's just trying to put the effort in to get that ball fuller. And it's going to be another wide. So still a free hit here. So an opportunity for the batter. This is Alexa to open her account. Has gone off the mark yet. That's 3 balls. But score moving along, 22. Extras could be key here for Bulgaria.
Extras might be a star. Okay, this is on leg stump and played away to square leg for a single. She's off the mark. Charmel Lokuge's first run.
Yeah, hit it well. Nicely fielded there by Eglin. Makes the stop, like the way it goes down, doesn't let that ball go past. What do you think of the headgear here from the wicketkeeper? I'm liking that. It's not the first time we've seen it.
No, it makes sense. You get good vision and it protects what's important.
Yeah, that's Natalia there behind the stumps. And, well, she's feeling groovy. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, get down.
I reckon, well, maybe that helmet's got some an earpiece in there which got a bit of music playing. Who knows? Well, here she is again. Well, not only is she listening to music, she makes a good stop there as well. That's going to be another no ball because of the 2 bounces before it does get to the crease. You'll see it here, a couple of bounces. Probably that time it also catches the edge of the pitch and almost got it. Well, that's why she wears that helmet. There's a little bit of the old...
that was well connected. That goes past mid-off.
Oh, it could.
And they could go for 2. They're yes, no, wait. They will get in safely. So well done.
It's good running. Good running.
Played well
themselves.
Away. Played well away off the middle of the bat too. There was a nice crack around the ground.
Nicely played, just out of the reach of the outstretched hand of the fielder. To the action, and well, that's been struck pretty well as well. Oh, a little bit of the old Tortuga bounce there. And, well, Frey was in the fine line. Well done, Victoria Frey. Had to take a evasive action there for a moment. Let's have a look at this again. Was hit well, but just pops up here just at this bounce, and she does well.
That
it
can
gets
be
a body
nasty.
behind it, doesn't she?
It can be nasty when it jumps up at you at the last moment like that. So she did well to recover. Here we are. The 4th ball of the over, played behind, square on the leg side, but not for a single. Fine leg manages to stop it and get it back into the keeper.
Yeah, but just didn't get the blade of the bat, just catching the edge there, which is a bit unfortunate. But it's a good shot to try because you can see that with that fine leg, and then the square leg is quite a fair way back. There's a big gap between the two. Just can work that in that area. This time place a similar shot, but place it just wider square. They will take a single. So
to the deep square leg and well brought in. I was just going to say, I don't know if they needed the square leg, and there you go. The next ball goes right there.
Yeah, well, geez, I mean, that's one shot that plays pretty well.
It's a natural shot for most, if it lands in the hitting zone.
Right it up and just scoops that over the close fielder. That was Gitama. Gets it over her head. It's going to be another single. So it's been a long over, but it does finally come to an end as Chamali Lukuge just having a few issues. I think the main reason there was that she just couldn't get that ball a little bit fuller, and it was being called no ball for the the 2 bounces, and every time she tried to push it further up, she would lose her line. But still, she does finish well. 12 come off that over, and that certainly does boost the score for Bulgaria. 29 now for 5 after 6.
And for Lukugi, it's also her debut game, so there's going to be some butterflies and nerves mishing about in there. So I think she did well in that over. And here we are. Next over from Victoria Frey. Again, the energetic Victoria Frey. Here she is coming in a bowl.
Well, that struck really well. She's timed that beautifully off the bat. And it's just going to plug, unfortunately, in the ground. But that was a lovely pickup. She picks that ball off her pads. Good contact. And she's a little bit unfortunate, actually, here. You can see look how quickly she whips this away. Nice hit. Yeah. But unfortunately, the ball just plugs. Watch it plug here. And doesn't go on to the boundary.
Well, I can imagine after the long winter that the outfield is still a bit soft. And hence, if it goes up there, it will plug and stop and won't roll on. But here we are with the next ball. Again, pitched up and played off to the leg side off the pads.
Interesting if there was an appeal there or not, actually. I think it might have just been missing the leg stump, but not by a lot. Not by a lot at all.
Maybe if there was a 4th stump down leg, it might have been clipping that one.
I'll say good morning to Rob Thompson in the chat. I know Vinny Sandu was in there earlier as well. Good morning to you, Vinny. Just taking a couple of days out. The ECN Supporters Club in Australia. Hello to you all. And Tina Goff was saying hi from Sweden. I know that Sweden's got a busy day coming up there. That's one. Another one goes down the leg side. But it's good to have you all with us and enjoying some international women's cricket here as Estonia have made a good start against Bulgaria, but Bulgaria, they're fighting back. Hello to Jeffrey Mobs. Nice to have you with us as well. So let's see if Victoria Frey, she starts with a couple of wides, but she does bring it back in. But at the moment here, just can't get this one where she wants it. Maybe just needs to go a little bit wider of those stumps and get that whipping action. Well, she's certainly loosening up. That's I could have done a bit of that this morning, but it was a little bit cold this morning, it has to be said. Marco?
It is chilly, and you have to keep yourself limber and loose.
And that one is okay, I think. Yeah, the umpire says that's fine. Now, come on, tell us your surname, because I know there's a specific way of saying it.
Yeah, well, you know, I grew up in Australia, born in Austria, but my dad was Italian, so the surname is Celeghin.
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 With the N?
With the N.
Celeghin.
Yeah.
Celeghin. Okay. Does that mean anything, or is it just a name?
No, just a name.
Ooh, a bit lucky there. It's a little bit of an inside edge and decide not to take on the run. I think here Alexa is just looking just to keep one end going and stay there and stay safe. Having a nice chat there. Oh, Alexa and Natalia sharing a moment. So Celeghin.
I do like the fact that the fine leg has got sunglasses on a day like today.
Well, it's if it brings out the sun, I'm all for it. I'll put mine on if it works.
Absolutely, I've got a few pairs here.
In the air, catching chance.
Oh, and she takes it. Well done, great catch.
Good, and it's another new player. It's Githama, who now gets in the air. Well, we saw Jamali take one earlier. Githama, I like this catch because she's anticipated it. The ball's gone up in the air. She's already walking in, anticipates and runs forward, holds on to it. They just needed that, we're going to think, Estonia, because Bulgaria, these two were starting to put a partnership together. It's a little bit unlucky. It's just slides at the back, but what a good catch that is.
Well taken. It seems to be a game for debutants today. They all seem to be doing really well.
Good catch, nicely done. So a partnership that was flourishing quite well does come to an end as Githama holds on to the catch. And Victoria Frey, who had a few issues with the line, getting it right, does take the wicket. So another one does go. 6 down now, 32 on the board. That's Alexis. That will go for 2 after 10 balls that she faced.
So 1 ball left in Victoria's second over after taking her first wicket, and it was a well-deserved wicket. I think she's bowled well in a 1.5 overs so far, and again well stopped.
I like that
short cover.
A good fielding position, that isn't it? And Githama is there. She's already taken a good catch, but you can see that they've got the two new players there on debut, Gitama and Chamali, both in close on either side, offside and leg side. And that just is cramping Bulgaria from taking those singles.
Well, I think it also gets in the batsman's eye line. You know, they haven't played too much cricket first game of the season, and it keeps you thinking. And that's what you want to do as the fielding team. You want to keep the batsman thinking.
Good bowling figures there you can see on the screens. They also like to look at the wide shot off the field. It gives us a good idea. And you at home as well, where this field is set. I have to say though, I mean, you've got a fielder right on the boundary there on the offside, and I'm with you. I don't think that Estonia need too many fielders back there. Most of the shots that have been played by Bulgaria have been on the leg side. I just think I don't think you're going to get anybody that's going to hit that to the boundary there. I think you could have that fielder inside as well, and just put a bit more pressure on the Bulgarian batters down the offside.
Maybe one of them has got a fantastic back foot cover drive that we don't know about, but that one goes down to fine leg and stopped. But yeah, I think they could use that fieldsman in a stronger position somewhere closer on the infield. And yes, the power shots do seem to be coming on the leg side through mid-wicket.
They're going to stick with Chamali. I like that. And that's well bowled. That's better. And sometimes it's just getting into a rhythm, isn't it? I mean, you know yourself from being a bowler that once you start, I mean, you might spray it around a little bit to start off with, but once you get your line, once you get it on that spot, then you maintain it. And I think that's what Chamali is looking to do here.
It is, and you saw in the second half of her first over where she was getting more balls in the right area. So she's getting her momentum, she's getting a groove, and she's 2 good balls to start her second over.
Well, they asked the question here, but I think probably just a little bit high looking at that shot. Chamali, though, she's certainly not afraid to ask for it. She wants her first wicket on debut here.
And she should ask for it. Bowlers shouldn't die wondering.
Well, that's going to be another no ball. Once again, that's just because, unfortunately, she just hasn't got that extra oomph to get that ball to make it to the batter before it bounces twice. So 2 bounces before it gets to the keeper. So no ball, free hit, and it's hit pretty well. And there's that fielder comes into play. Who's patrolled that part of the ground very well. Nothing's getting past me there. That's Eglin doing a good job.
She's the deep mid-wicket is getting a good workout today. I do think they could bring out that deep cover and bring that person across.
Right it up, and oh, that's pretty close. I think that's just bounced over the stumps and was close to whipping the barrels off. That's a good over when you consider she had all sorts of issues in her first and getting through it. Of course, there was a lot of no balls and wides, and it went for 12. That time round, only going for the 2 runs. Well bowled.
Fantastic comeback over there. Just 0 for 14 off her 2, with only 2 coming off her second over. So that was an exceptionally well bowled over from Chamal. And here we have Victoria Frey coming in for her 3rd. She's got figures of 1 wicket for 6 runs off her 2 overs, and there she is with a little Richard Hadley skip at the top of the run.
It's played nicely now. We could see our first boundary here, perhaps. We will do. 4 carreras, and look at the celebrations. Oh, yeah. Well, she may not have been the one who hit the boundary, but she's certainly celebrating. It was a little bit over pitch. It was probably close to being above the waist, but placed this really well and nicely sort of shoveled away to the leg side. It goes all the way, 4 runs. What a lovely moment that is. And just look at the celebrations here, Marco. Look at this.
Oh, yes.
Look at the celebrations.
Look at the that's brilliant. And so they should. So they should. First boundary of the day, and now the second ball of this over, down leg.
Yeah, it's probably been the start of Victoria Frey's over the first couple of balls. She takes a little bit of time to get it right. Once she gets it right, I think she's pretty lethal. I think if she gets, once she starts getting the ball wicket to wicket, she's going to take a lot of wickets because she's got a bit of pace about her as well.
She does, and she does hit the deck, as we saw with the other opening bowler.
Well, I just love the way she starts. You touched on it. She's full of energy. That's the ball I'm talking about. Very well played by Slavea, because that was right on the stumps. And Slavea Galabova puts the perfect block in. Look at this. Good cricket all round.
Well done. Yeah, certainly good cricket all round. That was it. And there we are again, pitching it up. And as I said, you pitch it up, you give yourself a chance.
Yeah, let's have a look at this side. It's the second. This is a similar ball that was actually clipped away for a boundary last time, but this time she shies away from it. She should have backed herself to play the same shot that she did earlier. The Victor Frey. That's the Frey shuffle before she comes in.
Here we are. She really comes in and attacks the crease when she bowls. That one she just pushed down leg, but again.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see this one again, actually. I don't think on T20s that's wide. And Joe Foster's done a lot of T10 matches. I know that when we were playing T10, anything down the leg side, wide ball. T20s, you normally use profile. I think that's a harsh call.
Okay. But she gets that one right.
Comes back, yeah, good comeback.
Gets that one right over the top. Fine leg gets it in. There's no run.
Yeah, Rob Thompson also touching on the fact that the old Richard Hadley skip from Victoria. Just have a look at this, folks. Just look before Victoria Frey comes in. Just look at the old, here we go. It's the old shuffle. Yep. There we go.
And there we off.
Ooh, almost chopped onto the stumps. Good fielding position that, isn't it? In that,
it is. She's
like you said, the young lady that's wearing the shades and doing a good job.
She's getting a lot of work down there.
Yeah, she can see it's all about anticipation, walking in. A lot of work happening around the ground here as well. I think they're putting a footpath in, I'm being told, so that people can leisurely walk around this ground. A lot of green areas here, of course. Beautiful ground surrounded by some lovely trees, and it's a lovely part of Estonia. Nice green and lush, and the ground, I have to admit, looks absolutely stunning.
It is. It's a fantastic facility. We have actually another ground just to the left of where we are now, so it's quite large, and it's a very nice space. An excellent place to play cricket.
Well, it is the international cricket and rugby ground here in Estonia, and I was told not to talk about rugby because the Estonians wouldn't like it. And apparently there was, I was talking to Dave Robson, who was saying that they played probably their local rivals and in Finland, and the score was 120-5.
Whoops.
Yes, you heard me right. 120-5. So it didn't go particularly well. I was told not really to mention it, but I have done now. I'm naughty. Right. It's going to be a no ball here. So this is Ragnar
Halleck.
Yeah, Ragnar Halleck having the ball. So
the new bowler.
Obviously against somebody who's new, you can tell that she's got. I love the action. That's been played away pretty well. But again, really well fielded there. The fielding's been, I mean, bearing in mind that they haven't spent too much time outdoors playing cricket, some of the fielding's been outstanding.
Oh, it's been brilliant. As I said, down on the boundary there at mid-wicket, she's been doing a great job. And she's been kept super busy. And this one's caught and bowled. Puts it down, unluckily, but well, it's a good effort all the same. I think that came off her hand pretty hard.
This was hit. Yeah, this was hit solidly. And she gets one hand out to it. It's one of those, you know it. They either stick or they don't.
Yeah.
On this occasion, it just gets away from her. Ragnar has picked up a wicket. That was against Malta in 2023. So she has one wicket to her name. But that was in the... I think probably when it was T20. I wasn't sure when she picked that up playing T10 and T20. So we have seen it with the ball before, Ragnar.
So fourth ball of this over. It's also going down leg, will be called wide. So this is the 10th over of the innings. Bulgarian women 45 runs for the loss of 6 wickets so far.
It's going to be another wide called here by the umpire. It's the extras there. It's 27 runs in extras off the 45. So that's certainly something that I think Estonia know that they can certainly tighten up on. Though it has to be said that maybe because of the match situation, they could quite easily have gone back to Anne-Marie Vesic and Marta Vauna, but they're giving everybody a good chance here. And that's probably why that some of those extras a little bit higher than maybe what they could be. That's another one that's going to be a wide.
Well, they've still got a few games to be played, and this is their first game that they're playing this season. So there's some cobwebs to dust off, and it's good that they're giving their bowling attack a good workout.
Yeah, that's better. That's a good delivery. I like this from the bowler as well. I like the way she starts. She's, it's almost like if you wanted to teach somebody the art of bowling, how the action, the arm has to be, so you're not chucking. This is the way you do it, wouldn't you? You'd say, have a look at Halleck bowling here. That's the way to do it. You can imagine the coach, she being the coach there, and just teaching the kids, you do this. You know, what did I say? You sort of paint the number 6, don't you? And she's doing that beautifully well. End of the over, and 7 will come from it. And Bulgaria moved to 47, and they're 6 down.
At the halfway mark of the innings, 47 runs for the loss of 6. And yeah, it is the way you learn how to bowl, or you teach somebody how to bowl. Paint the 6, pretend to do a cartwheel. All those things have worked. Okay, there's a change in the field, and the mid-on is moving across to mid-off. There's a long off as well, but this one goes into the cover area. Stop there from the fielder. No runs. There's also a new bowler, Getma Madanayake. Getma Madanayake. Her first over and 2 balls in. Abajiva from Bulgaria, 1 run off her 7. She plays it away to square leg for a single. But again in the field, they get to the ball quickly and they get it in, whip it in back to the keeper.
Yeah, that's a nice shot played. But you're right, it's well fielded. They've got that field position right, haven't they? We've seen that from both sides. They've got the fielder back behind square. It's been a pretty key position. It's flighted a long way up. Yeah. Well played, and that's the short fielder making themselves useful. That's Anne-Marie Vesic. No single to me, she says. They've got those 2 short on both sides. So Ethan puts it in the right spot. That's well bowled, just a bit of bat onto it.
I thought they were going to go up for an appeal there, but good bowling so far. 4 balls, everyone on the money. Only 1 run from it. And that one actually came in a little bit once it pitched.
Yeah, Mandananaika ball. That's hit well. This time it gets past Vesic, and the batters will go through single. I like the running actually from Bulgaria. I must admit, they've not been hesitant. If they've got that ball past the close fielders, they've gone for it. They've called early, and they've taken the single. So good over comes to an end there from Gitama Mandananaika. That's her first on debut. And just goes for a couple of runs. And Bulgaria, end of 11, 49 for 6.
Another successful debutante appearance, so well done. No, very good over there. Kept it pitched up, but the batsman also managed to play some good shots, but good fielding there from Estonia in the field, making sure that only 2 runs came from it. Yeah.
So here we are getting ready to go as well. So I reckon that Halleck is going to continue. It starts with one a little bit down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, so the extras keep going upwards. And that brings the 50 up now for Bulgaria. So they'll be happy with that. One thing that Bulgaria, Marco, really have to try and do here, and you know, is bat the 20. Because when you think about it, that one's played up in the air. They will take it on. It's going to be a good throw. Could be in trouble. Oh,
That would have been close. Would have been close, but didn't quite hit the stumps, and she got back in time.
yeah, let's have a look at this again. I mean, it's a good pick up and throw. I mean, it's good contact. You can see why the batter wants to go. But look, picked up beautifully. Here's the throw. And if that hits the stumps, I think it would have been out. I think even the bowler, if the bowler could get this cleanly, might have had a play on it as well. But that
would have been out.
Yeah, would have been direct hit, would have got her. But yeah, one thing it's important about the 20 overs because the number of extras they're picking up as well per over. Let's say it was on an average of 3. If they fall, say they fall sort of 4 or 5 overs short here, that's a lot of runs. So they need those extra runs. They need to bat the 20. And if they do that, that'd be a very positive sign for Bulgaria because in the past 8 matches, 4 of those, of course, against Serbia, 4 against Greece, they haven't been able to do so. Well, there we go. I think that is one of the partners that we have here in Estonia. I think that's the electronic drinks buggy, if I'm not mistaken. More on that a bit later as that one's been swung and missed at.
Okay, I've seen little robots running around on the IPL fields recently, but that's new to me on European cricket. Very interesting. Looks like something out of Doctor Who. Here we are. Gets past the bat, goes for the wide. It's 4 balls in this over from Halik. Gives the cap to the umpire. Gets herself ready, sets herself up. And played away nicely behind square again for the batsman. Gets through the deep cover this time for a boundary. It's a second boundary of the innings. Superbly played all along the ground. The fieldsman couldn't quite stop it, went under her. But again, fantastic celebrations from the batsman. And when the game started, we mentioned 80 might be a winning score. I think Bulgaria quite well be on the way to getting there.
They're on their way. It's another boundary. That's the second one that Silvia Kalabova has put away. Certainly when she strikes it, she gets a good amount of power on it. And of course, you've seen that this outfield is nice and fast as well. The ball does travel across it pretty well. So good strike. Did you get another one here? Halik. That's good. Up in the air. Good hit again. But this time the fielder, let's get a hand to it. It'll just be a single.
Then again, the score moves up to 58. And there's 1 ball left. No, the over is over. The over is finished. So Halik, her 2 overs have gone for 17 runs, no wickets.
Yeah, that over 10 coming off it with that boundary there as well. But it's, again, 3 wides. That's what we're saying on average. It's about those 3 wides and over. And if Bulgaria can bat the duration, you're right. They, you know, the 80 that we were talking about, they should get the 80 and more, really. But another couple of wickets could change everything. And it's going to be Gitama Madalaika who comes back to bowl her second, searching for her first wicket in T20 internationals. That'll be a magical moment for her.
Well, she had a very good first over. She kept it right on the money. And she's so far in her first 2 balls of this over been exactly the same. So she's kept it really, really tight. Kept it pitched up, and the batter hasn't been able to make contact. But this time, she certainly does. She goes forward of the cover boundary, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, run those singles hard. That's what they've done. Like the look of the way they've gone about their running. And, liking those kits as well from Bulgaria. We haven't really talked too much about the kits. I mean, Estonia, we saw that, well, that's been called a no ball. I'm guessing it's pitched off the pitch. So no ball called. So free hit to come here again. Let's see. Yeah, just, yeah, long way off the pitch. The batter, of course, is well entitled to hit it. Right, free hit then. And it's been
And
hit
it
well.
is hit well.
That's fielded well there as well. Not letting that gang past me, says the fielder. Puts a body on top of it. Said, no, he's not getting past me. I think that's the Lilina Sormus who's out there. And watch this. He gets right underneath it. Says, nah, you're not getting through me. So well done. Well fielded.
That's the double long barrier. And this one again off the pitch and goes for a no ball. So once again, we'll have a free hit. So a little bit wayward in this over compared to a first, but this one is hit away on the offside.
Single gets taken there.
The fielder brings it in and again through for a single, and the score moving on to 62 for 6.
Yeah, this time I think Gitama just giving the ball a little bit more flight than what she did in a previous over. And whether it's just an extra effort to try and get that ball right up there. You see once again, pushes that a bit further up, but just misses the line. Slightly the wrong side of the line, so wide ball called again. So the extras keep going upwards, and well, Bulgaria, it looks like if they can keep this partnership together, they could certainly put and register a good score on the board. Once again, that close fielder though in the action and makes the stop. That's nicely done once again by Chamali. End of the over as they get round pretty quickly. But yeah, we're talking about the kit. So Estonia, very similar to the kit that the men were wearing there in Malta about a week ago. They've got the traditional, the blue and the black. Whereas Bulgaria, they've certainly got a splash of all of their colours on their flag, on their kit. They've got the green, the red and the white. And, very contrasting between the two teams. This is the way the worm is looking there at the moment. So you can see that this partnership going well. These two came together. And Slavea Galabova she has moved on to 20 of 45. So really good, important knock from her.
And this partnership has gone for 6 overs now. So if they can just bat through the 20, which would be the first time they've done so, I think they're on the way to a very competitive score.
Yeah, it's a personal best here, by the way, from the batter, from Galabova as well. We saw her high score in the past was when she scored 5 not out against Malta. And that was last year. So well done to her. And she's beaten that by a long way. And still there and hoping to maybe get some more runs on the board as well. So another free hit here as they do go back to Chamala.
And look, Hugo again just getting the double bounce before the batsman, causing the no ball.
Yeah, that's been the issue. We saw she got that right, didn't she, towards the end of her first spell, and now she's come back on again. It's the same issues. She's just a little bit needs to get that ball a little bit fuller. Let's see if she's able to do that without spraying it too wide.
There we are, right on the stumps, that one. And played away behind square for a single. Once again, batsman moving on to 21 off her batter moving on to 21 off her 49 balls. So Galabova doing really well. Now Abajiva facing her 13th delivery and plays it out to mid-on, but no runs. But good solid connection all the same.
Yeah, I want to say good morning to Vedran. It was same morning to everyone. Great to see the women's cricket saying growing all the time and learning and growing in experience. Yeah, absolutely. And they will, as you rightly say, develop in the coming years. I mean, I remember seeing Estonia last year when they were in Cyprus, and the way that they bowled has come on so much in such a short space of time, bearing in mind that they probably haven't played a lot of cricket recently. But I like the way they bowled, and even their fielding, the way they're attacking the ball and fielding and getting down on it, I think is absolutely fantastic. So you're absolutely right, Vedran. It will keep on growing all the time, and Rob Thompson is agreeing with him 100%.
Yeah, I would say the Estonian fielding's been excellent the whole time. They've been attacking the ball, they've been getting the ball in. There hasn't been many that have gone through. And the fieldsmen as we've mentioned, close in the wicket on the on and off side, have done really well, each taking some catches. And again, she gets it on the stumps, but it's that double bounce. She has to pitch it up because then it becomes difficult. So it's 1 ball left in this over.
That's better delivery. Well bowled and well played again. And also well fielded. Well, Egelin LMR has been very busy that part of the ground, and she's fielded well. In fact, it's fair to say both the fielders that have been on the 45 there at square have done the job particularly well. They've cut out a lot of runs there, haven't made any mistakes, haven't given the batters a sniff of taking a second. As another over comes to an end. 14 gone now, Bulgaria. 73 for 6. This partnership has really been a very good one. And Slavea Galabova, 22 of 52. A personal best for her. And by far, as you can see there from that scorecard, the top scorer. But she needs to stay there, Marco. Needs to stay there. And needs to, as we say, bat out the 20. And this is what's been good with her. If we can see this ball again at Kristaps, is anything that's been threatening, anything that's been on the stump, she's been able to deal with it. This one again has got a, you know, she'll pick up a lot of wickets with a delivery like that with Victoria Frey, but it's on the stumps, she just blocks it out, and that's very smart.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what she needs to do. The extras will come. The short balls and the runs balls you can score off will also come, so just keep out those ones on the stumps. And Victoria coming in to bowl another delivery outside off stump. It actually came in a bit off the seam, played away to the offside and threw for a single.
Yeah, and here's a question for you. I mean, would you be tempted? I mean, they've gone back to Victoria Frey here. You've still got Anne-Marie Vesic has got 2 overs to bowl. Marat Valna has got 2 as well. Would you not have gone to them already because to try and break this partnership?
Well, I would certainly have gone for the opening bowler. She did so well. And I think now the score is getting threatening. So they have to start bringing on the big guns.
Yeah, I think so. Remember that Anne-Marie Vesic and the other opener, Marat Valna, between them, they took 5 wickets and only gave away, I think, 14 runs. Yeah, that's correct. 5 for 14. I think Bulgaria, they're getting to a score here now. We said that once you get to that 80, 80 could win you a match. I mean, ideally, I think you're looking for 100. Ideally, I think if you're batting first, that we want to get to 100. But 80 could do it. So I'm just a little bit surprised that they haven't gone back to those. Well, that's the breakthrough. That's the one they wanted. The breakthrough comes, and Martina, her long little battle out there comes to an end. It's been a gutsy innings from her. She supported Slavea Galabova really well. But Victoria Frey, well, it's she that gets ball back, and she gets the wicket that they want in her final over. Martina will go for 5.
So that's 7 wickets down now. The partnership broken, and Victoria Frey's deserved that wicket. She's bowled well from the moment she got the ball, and she made those stumps light up.
Well, they do light up, and they fly out of the ground as well, these stumps. They don't like to stay in the holes, do they? Martina, good, really good gutsy performance from her, and needed a partnership. We said that at the time, and she stuck around long enough with Galabova. But now it could be interesting, because this is where I think Estonia really will attack the new batters. New batter will come out, attack, attack, attack. You want to try and get those wickets and leave Galabova stranded at the other end.
That's going to be their aim. That partnership has really put Bulgaria in a strong position. So if Estonia can just put the pressure on the new batsman now, then maybe they can keep that score to under 80.
Katrine Sardeva is the new batter.
Victoria Frey still with 1 ball left in.
Look at her bouncing up and down there. Look, she's like a boxer in the corner of the ring, waiting for the batter to go bing bing, and she's going to come right at you. Well, the 2 batters are at it now as well. Give it a little bit of that. And what's that? How's that song go? Jump. Come on, everybody. Well, that's one way to stay warm. And it is cold out there. I'm not kidding you. It's only about 5-6 degrees at the moment. Well, you got to stay warm. We got to see this again. Well, those bails are not behaving. Come on, there you go.
There
Jump,
we
everybody,
are.
jump.
Doing
jump.
the funky chicken. Stay warm. That's it.
That's the way to do it. Well, they've got the hoodies on, but it's still not working. Anyway, ready to go. Victoria Frey starting them off. Now the batters were jumping around.
Oh, skipping a jump on off leg stump out of the ground once again. 2 in 2. Fantastic bowling. It was always just going to happen for Victoria. If she got them on the stumps, they were going to start flying. And here we are, as we said, after that partnership was broken, another quick wicket. Now it's 8 down for 75, and all of a sudden we were talking about 100, and now is it going to be closer to 80 or closer to 100? Either way, I think it's a competitive total, and I think Estonia are well in this.
Well, they were jumping around, and now the stumps are jumping around out of the ground as Victoria Frey, 2 in 2, finishes her spell magnificently with a wicket. 3 for 14. And Bulgaria, as you said, Marco, 75 now for 8. And the question is now, can they survive 5 overs and not lose another 2 wickets? That is going to be the key. And really, I think here now with Slavia Galabova on strike, she's really got to manage the strike well here now and protect the new batters and try and stay there and get them to, well, not just get them to a good score. I think they will get to a good score if they bat out the next 5 overs. That's going to be key. Bat out the 5 overs and you can get to a score which you're looking to defend.
I think that's right. We have Galabalova on strike now. And another one to the total.
Yeah, they go back to, so they're using the newer bowlers, new players a lot. So they're going to go back to Githama here. And she starts with a wide.
Well, let's see what these new bowlers have. They're under pressure now. What can they do? The first 2 balls. Runs for Bulgaria, 78. Adaniaka just has to get it on the stumps. And it's going to be threatening. Here we are. She pitches it up. But just a bit wide.
Yeah, she just... last 2 were on the field. This one's gone even wider. So I think what she's just letting the ball go, maybe just a little bit later, because she's getting that ball to swing across and going too wide. She wants to try and come from a different angle. Let's see if this works for her. So coming now right arm round the wicket to Galabova.
And she gets the line right. Hits back through, though, for a single.
Yeah, now I don't know if that's probably the... I'm not saying... The thing is, though, unfortunately, Slavia can't stay at the other end and you just expect her to hit boundaries because we know that there's not been that many boundaries in the innings. So if runs are there, I think you've got to take them. But it now does expose Nadia, who's facing her first ball. Nadia
Toleva. Outside off. Swing and a miss to the keeper. A dot ball for Madanieka.
You can see the difference, can't you, when you got the newer batters on strike compared to the set Slavia. Nadia got a big gap between the bat and the pad as well. So again, somebody who's very new to the game. So we do wish her well. She's up against it here. Some good bowling. And well done, well done. Gets the block on this. Not getting through me, says Nadia.
And with bowling around the wicket, there was no chance of the LBW coming into play there. Pitching outside the leg. And this one's on the stumps as well. Played her off to the offside, and she survives.
Yeah, well done. She does her job well. Nadia, she's yet to register a run, but that'll do as long as she's keeping it out. Looks like there's still one more to come though, and well, that one will have to be bowled again. It's down the leg side this time. So valuable runs. That's the 80 now on the board, Marco.
That is the 80 up. That was the first target that we mentioned. So another 4 overs after this. Good ball outside off stump. Batsman has a half-hearted shot at it, but basically lets it go. Keeper stops it, end of the over. 80 for 8 after 16. 24 balls to come.
Yeah, the wind just starts to pick up now a little bit as it comes blowing in to the igloo. Well, this is the igloo marker. I know that you've probably seen the igloo on the stream, but it does its job. I do on a day like this. A little bit of heating wouldn't go amiss, would it?
Well, considering it's an igloo, we have to make sure the ice doesn't melt if we put the heating in. But here, played away behind square.
And with a great bit of feeling, shouldn't really be looking to go for 2 here. That's where you got to take 2 runs. Hit that well enough. The fielder did very well going down, making a stop. Have a look at this. So great backing up. I mean, the backing up was great there, but it should have gone for 2 runs. That had to be 2. So Nadia gets back on strike, and well, they do go back to Marat Valna. Picked up 2 wickets in her first spell. If you get it straight, she could be dangerous. That's nicely played, though. That's got to be looking to run. They will run eventually. As you can see, Slovenia saying, come on, we're running. Jaldi kar.
There we are.
Andre.
And that's Tolliver off the mark with 1 off her 6 balls. And that ball just seemed to come in from the bowler.
It was actually well played. She kept her eye on it very nicely. Gets that played away. So off the mark, as you say. Now back to Kalabova, who it's in the air, catching chance, and held! What a good catch that is. Another one goes, and it's the big wicket of Slovenia Kalabova. Her marathon innings comes to an end. What a good knock it's been from her, though. 25 of 58 deliveries, but it is Marat Valna who gets the wicket. 9 down now, courtesy of a great catch from the lady who's doing it with the shades on. And, well, everybody else is feeling the cold, but not Lilina Sormus. She's out there with the shades on and doing the catching.
That's well taken. And look at the celebrations. They're very happy. 9 wickets down now. And as we thought, when that big partnership left, that it could start getting tough. But an excellent innings, and she gets congratulated by her teammates, and rightly so. 25 important runs. Well done.
Yeah, it's been a quality innings, and you got to remember, you take the 25 that she scored, 45 extras, so that's 70 of those runs.
Yeah.
That's 70 of the runs. That was a massive knock from her, and well, her best score, her best personal score as well. So well done to her. Right, well, now you got to keep it simple here. You can see,
she knows. She knows.
Holding her head, saying, "Oh no, what I've done." Well, she's got 4 here, 4 for 11.
Fantastic figures.
Can she get a 5 for here?
Okay, that was a well kept out by the batsman. It was right on middle and leg.
It was a good block.
She managed to keep it out.
Gabriella is the batter.
And once again, she keeps it well pitched up, and that is her strength. That's where she gets her wickets. And once again, up there, but the batsman gets bat onto it. There's no appeal there, no LBW. But she's excited. She's looking for that 5th wicket.
Yeah, here we go, look. So the 5 wicket hauls, and the last one, well, forget 5, was 7. Samanthi, of course, did that. That was quite brilliant. And that was the last 5 wicket haul we had. Could we get another here? And, well, I wonder if there was a stumping chance here. I'm not sure if the feet from Gabriella went out of the crease here. I think there might have been an opportunity, but it wasn't taken cleanly. It's the end of the over, so it won't be a 5 wicket haul, but 4 for 11 is pretty outstanding.
It's a very, very good performance. And yeah, if the keeper was quick, there was a moment where the stumping was a chance, but she got her foot back well in time. She knew what the score was. So here we are. We're in the... How many overs down?
Start of the 18th now.
3 more overs to go. 3 more overs to go. Score 83 for 9. Let's see how many more Bulgaria can put on. And now we have the return of Anna-Marie Vesek with the great figures of 2 wickets for 6 off her first 2 overs.
Yeah, Vesic looking to finish things off here. Nadia is going to have to be at her best defensively. If Vesic gets it right, she's difficult to keep out.
Well played and well bowled. Once again, she hits the deck hard, and I really like that about Anna Marie. I reckon if she pitches one, we're going to see some lit up stumps.
That's well bowled again. Good areas like that. She's just keeping that ball outside that off stump. You can see the batter fishing. And sooner or later, you know that she's going to bring one in right on the stumps. And you're right, be looking to knock the timber out of the ground and put an end to this innings. One more wicket. That's what Estonia are looking for. Bulgaria are looking to see if this last pair can just get some more valuable runs on the board. Again, the same areas again outside the off stump. Good area, short of a length, and really beating Nadia all ends up.
Excellent, consistent bowling. She's keeping it in that corridor, and she knows it. As soon as she brings it in, the batsman could be in a spot of bother. 83 for 9. Here we are with 2 balls still to come. She's got a nice attacking approach. This one goes down leg. I thought she might get away with it, but the umpire was strict. And another one for the total for Bulgaria with 84. Now, it'll be interesting to see if they can bat out their 20 for the first time ever. That will be an interesting little moment. Let's see what this ball brings. She lets it hit her, comes off her legs and goes down to fine leg. There's no stroke played.
Yeah, you can see they probably said to look, go out there, and if it's not on the stumps, just leave it. If it's on the stumps, try and dig it out. Then you can see no effort really made to get back onto that. But you can see Vesic, she knows. She's practicing. I just need a straight one. Can she get that straight one in there and get through the defences? Well, it's in the air. Oh, well, that would have been a sharp catch taken there by Githama. I think this is definitely not a bump. I think if that was caught, that could have been the end of the innings.
And it would have been a sensational catch as well.
And you see it here. Yeah, definitely. You can see just evading the hand, maybe catching a little bit at the top off the armpit. Yeah. They do survive. Another over goes. 84 for 9 with 2 overs left.
But it was a very tight over from the bowler. And only one run coming off.
Just the one run,
Just one run. So superb 6 balls there. That helped Estonia. And we've got Valna coming in for her last over. Again, pitches it up. That's her strength. Batsman keeps it out. They're doing exactly what their team needs.
Looking for that 5th wicket to enter the European Cricket Hall of Fame, Valna. And that's once again, well, kind of kept out. One thing with also with Valna and Vesic is, all right, you might, if you don't get out to them, that's great, but they're not going to give you too many extras, are they? They're bowling pretty tight, so you're going to have to work for your runs if you want to add anything to the board. Well, having said that, that was probably going to be a free hit. Oops, well, that wasn't meant to happen, says Valna. The reaction says it all. As this one just comes out a little bit wrong, and the batter says, nah, not for me. So, well, that's one more to go onto the board, and a free hit. I wonder if they can get anything away here. Just swing hard at it.
What can Ilyanova do? And she swings it away, and they go for a single. Down square. Ball's back in, and Ilyanova is off the strike. 1 off 7 for her. Toleva 1 off 12, and we're in the 18th over, 18.3 overs down. So there's still 9 balls left. Get the Bulgarian score up around 100.
If they can get to a 90 mark, I think when I was looking at the scores for Bulgaria, I think 90 is the highest that they've scored, and that was in when they were chasing an improbable score of 170 odd, I think. So if they get, I mean, that would be a landmark for them as well. Can they get another 5 more runs here and get past the 90?
Oh, well kept
yes.
out, well kept out.
Well done, well played. That one did come in a fair bit from Valna. She's got that delivery. Let's watch this ball. It comes in, almost sneaks in. You can see she's trying to get on that board. Can she do it? She's got one ball to do it. Will there be a fifer here for Mara Valna or not? Oh, we're putting her off. We're putting her off. She's trying to compose herself. Can she get through the defences of Nadia?
So here we are. Will she do it? It's on this. Oh, it's just down leg. She gets another chance.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the thing. Every time there's a wide, she gets another delivery. So that takes it up to 86.
That's all right. That's the way I always took it as a bowler. I get another chance.
86 becomes 87 now. And on hunting a 5-wicket haul. Michelle Pfeiffer is what Valna wants. Nadia standing in her way. And that's a good delivery and well played.
Well kept out. It's a good little spell. 4 for 14 off her 4 overs and very close with the 5th wicket on that last ball. But well done from the batsman. Did what they had to do.
Yeah, the batter does well here. Once again, just blocks it out. That's good. Keeping an eye on the ball and just saying, nope, it's not going to beat me. I'm going to block it out. So we go down to the last over. And I suppose there's a question of whether Estonia can get the wicket and bowl out Bulgaria here, or if Bulgaria can get 4 more runs and register their best score in T20 internationals. Let's see how it goes. It's not going to be easy because we know that is going to be Anna Maria Vesic to bowl the last.
Who's been the pick of the bowlers in my book. She's been hitting the pitch nice and hard, and in she comes again. And straight, attacks the batsman, and the batsman plays it away onto the leg side.
Gets played onto the leg side, and was it upish, but no run. Dot ball.
But again, that very good fielding position in there, attacking into the batsman.
And that will be it. It's the end of the innings, and Anna-Maria Vesic will finish with 3 for 7 as Gabriela sees her stumps knocked over. Jagadev Hutte style, well bowled. And Bulgaria, they got so close this time to batting out an innings, but they will fall short by 4 balls. It will be 87 all out. And Estonia, who made an incredible start and have come back strong. Well, just look at the way. Can we see the Bulgarian batters skipping off? It's quite sensational. They are dancing off the field, anything to stay warm. Well, I think we might have to maybe catch up with that in the highlights. But look, they're happy. And that's what it's all about, you know. One thing that I admire and love about watching women's cricket is that every time they step out there, they're learning something new, they're doing something different, they're doing something good, and they are celebrating every one of those moments on this International Day of the Family. Well, that's what families are all about, encouraging each other and supporting each other. And Bulgaria, they've certainly done that. And they seem pretty happy with that score of 87.
And so they should be, quite rightly so. Fantastic scenes, great to see them. And as you said, it's that family feeling. It's a good ball, pitched up, and it was a well-deserved 3 wickets. 3 for 7 off 3.2 overs. Excellent figures from Anna-Maria Vesic. But Bulgaria, 4 balls away from batting out the 20, just a few runs away from scoring their highest score. A fantastic effort, and they celebrated accordingly, and they're still jumping up and down, keeping it.
Yeah, they got to celebrate, but there was a lot of celebrating early on, wasn't there? Because the 2 openers, Vesic and Valna, ripped through the opening batters with no trouble at all. They bowled absolutely brilliantly. But Bulgaria, we said at the time, they needed a partnership, and those partnerships did come, but a lot of them were built around Savleya Galabova, 25 of the 58, and she was really key. And then I like the way that the likes of Martina put a good supporting role in there as well, and also Alexa. I mean, Alexa didn't score many runs, but she stayed out there and stuck out there to allow the batter to be scoring well, Savleya Galabova. And that did get them to a score of 80. We then thought that maybe the 80 could become a 90. But Estonia, they did fight well, back well. But the catching there, I mean, it's always nice when you're on debut. Gitama takes a great catch there. We saw Chamali do the same as well. There were a couple of boundaries. That was one of them. And, of course, no surprise that both of those came from Kalabova.
Yeah, it was that 7th wicket partnership which was the huge difference for Bulgaria. Shabarova with her higher score and her partner who stayed with her for a good 7 overs, 8 overs, made the bulk of that 87-run total until Bulgaria came back. Once they broke that partnership, the resistance fell away. There were some good catches there, that being one of them.
Yeah, nice moment there for Liliana Somers, wearing the shades and doing the business. And then right at the end, this was the moment. They did go back to Vesic. I mean, I still feel that Vesic and Valna, they held him back a little bit too long. I think if they used him earlier when that partnership was developing, then they may have even restricted Bulgaria to a score maybe in the 60s. But I think both teams will be pretty happy with where they are here. Bulgaria, after that disastrous start that they had. Remember, at one point, they were 14 for 5 at the end of that 4th over from Marat Valna. So they recovered pretty well. And I think Estonia, they'll be very happy with their first outing out there. Not only did they bowl well, but I think they did really well with the fielding. Of course, the 49 extras, that is something that will be a concern for them. But considering it's the first time that they've been out there, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see the extras will go down. A quick look at the bowling figures there. So 4 wickets for Marat Valna. She'll be over the moon. But also, I think Anna-Marie Vesic, she certainly did bowl with some real firepower as well. Hit the deck hard, 3 for 7 for her. 3 wickets also there for Victoria Fraser. We're going to take a break now, around about 10 minutes time. But join myself, Rico Full and Marco, when we come back and talk you through the reply from Estonia.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. We are of course in the beautiful country of Estonia as we get ready for the reply of Estonia. They are going out the bat there knowing that they need 88 for a victory. Remember that these two teams have not registered a victory in the ICC T20 internationals as yet. Estonia have played 10 matches where Bulgaria have played 8, so this would be a first for whichever team would do it and certainly would be something to celebrate. Estonia have put themselves in a good position. Can they go all the way and get their victory on their home soil, or will Bulgaria spoil the party? They've got the runs on the board. We did say that if they could get to around about that 80 mark, that it would be a good contest. Rika Full here, and Marco joins us back as well. Marco, let's get ready for the first ball. It's going to be Viliani to have a ball, and he's going to start with a wide here. And I think the umpire's just checking. In fact, no ball called because it bounces a couple of times before it gets to the batter's crease. You see there, so no ball always takes precedent over a wide. So no ball to start. The batters are Geetham Madanaika on debut is out there with Alan Kerg. And it's going to get played away, so hesitation, and well, in the end it will scramble and get a single. It was Helena just wanted it. Have a look at this. Helena says, yeah, we're going. It is her call, and you can see Geetham just not going. And fortunately for Geetham, The throw goes to the wrong end. Otherwise, it could have been a disastrous start for her on debut.
It was her call, and I thought she called well. Batsmen didn't respond, but they got their run. You know, I think I've just got the feeling that we are going to be in for a tight contest. 88 runs to win. I think Estonia is going to take this very, very close. That's just a feeling I've got.
You got a feeling.
I've got a
I like
feeling.
it when you have a feeling. And, well, here we go. That's going to be now too much down the leg side. So my feeling is that the same way that extras were pretty key in that first innings, the extras once again are going to be key in this one. I think we saw, was it over 40? I think it was 45 the last time I looked in number of extras. It was 49 in the end, 49 extras, which of course contributed hugely to the score that Bulgaria put on the board. So extras will be key in this one as well. If Bulgaria can just keep the extras down and make Estonia work for the runs, I'm with you. It could go all the way down into that last over.
But I'd say even if they do manage to keep the extras down, Estonia's going to need one batsman to get a score, and that the rest of the team can bat around just as Bulgaria did.
Biliana with the ball.
Third ball of the over.
That's a better delivery. That was much better. And Shotarova gets that one right, and it's Helena who keeps it out.
This one also on the stumps, plays away to mid-wicket for no run. Good fielding there by Bulgaria.
Yeah, what I'm liking here from Bulgaria is look how tight they are on the offside. They've got like a genuine catcher in there and kind of slip. They've got like a, I would call it a short point, and then a short cover. Mid-off is right up there. Oh, that's just gone over the stumps. That's so close.
Very close. And again, after being a bit wayward at the beginning of the over, she's got her radar and she's been threatening in the second half here. So just one ball left.
Look how close this is. This only just gets over. Oh. But yeah, I like the field. I like the way the field has been set. So they haven't put anybody out on the offside sweeping. So they're basically saying, the field is basically saying, well, look, we're here. If you're going to score on this side, you've got to get it past us. End of the over. So even though there was a couple of wides and a few no balls in there to start off with, I think Miliana has done okay. Only the 4 will come off that first over. So 4 without loss.
I think it was a great comeback in that over from Shotarova. And only going for 4 at the beginning, it looked like it could go on for a while. But no, they did well. 1 run off the bat by Maranyaka. And Kage faced 6, yet to get off the mark. So the next opening bowler now. Coming in, and I agree, the field's a little bit more spread out for this over, but I do like the pressure that they put in on that first over. And as you said, it puts the pressure on the batsman, lets them know that you're there. This one just off the pitch and goes for a no ball. But it is chilly and she has to warm up, so it might take a few balls, just as it did in the other over. Yeah, that one just off the pitch there. But I think as she warms up, she'll also warm into the over. And this one goes the other way. And you know what's going to happen now. 1 left, 1 right, 1 smack down the middle. That's the way it often works.
Let's see if that is the way. And welcome back to everybody in the chat as well that's joining us. And a few people saying, where are we? We are in Estonia. Yes, we are. Beautiful country, lovely nation. That's a good hit. Now that one, I don't think anybody stopping that is going to go all the way. 4 carreras. It's a nice shot, short delivery. And well, you can see all sort of gestures being made about where the field should be. Just a little bit too short. And that gets hammered to the boundary. Really good hit there from Githama.
Straight off the middle of the bat, fantastically struck. And I don't think they should change the field at all. I think it was just a good shot's a good shot.
Yeah.
You keep the ball on the stumps.
Yeah, a little bit too short, wasn't it, from the bowler? This is Gabriela. got the ball. So they have made some changes to that field, and it's one shot, and they push 2 fielders out. I don't think you want to be doing that. You've got to keep the fielders in pretty close. And that's going to be a wide ball signal this time. I think the umpire's just checking first that it didn't bounce twice before it went past the line.
And especially at the beginning of an innings, you want to support your bowlers and not straight away put them out on the foundry. But let's see how she comes back in this over. This one down leg, goes down for a wide. But as we've seen, the next one, I reckon, will be straight on the stumps. We will see. Okay, she's coming in. 1 legal delivery bowled so far. This time on the stumps and played down to mid-off for no run. But that one was pitched up and it was on the stumps.
Yeah, but the delivery. It could probably just take, you can see, very keen to bowl quickly, but probably could take just a little bit of time to compose herself before she delivers. But that's where the short fielders come into play. So that's why you don't want to push them out too much straight away. Just keep the pressure on. If you bowl a good ball and you've got the fielders around to stop it, then it works well. Don't worry about the bad ball. Don't try and set a field to a bad ball.
No, not at all. But this one, well played. There's an attacking instinct by the batsman. Getma Maranyaka, she likes to go for it, and it's good to see. She connected pretty well, but not enough to get a run on that occasion. And she comes in for the next ball, and again, over the bowler's head, straight down for a single. They might even come back for a 2 if they're quick, but no. Good fielding there from the mid-off.
Ouch, that's come back and hurt Gabriella. You can see she's... yeah, it's a bit cold out there, and when you get hit like that on the knuckles, that's going to hurt. I mean, it's well chased and doesn't get behind the stumps here. That's the issue. And when the ball comes through, it gets a right on the thumb. Ouch, that hurts on a cold day like today. But in she comes again. Now bowling here to Helena, who's yet to get off the mark. Plays that away. They look at each other. Probably should have gone there. If I'm Helena, I'm running. I want to get off the mark. That's 7 balls down without a run there. I think straight away, one thing I'm seeing here, that certainly Bulgaria were far keener to run the singles.
They were, and they did that really well. But what I see in Estonia is an attacking instinct in their batting. They've already scored 1 boundary. It was only 2, 3, 4s in the Bulgarian batting innings. So yeah, let's see where that attacking instinct will take them.
Well, let's see. I mean, I certainly do like it. I mean, I like the intent here, especially from, it's up in the air and doesn't carry it. Direct throw could be out. Oh, misses the target.
Very close.
Oh, well, Gitama just went for the big shot first. There was that catching chance. It doesn't carry to Catherine. And then Catherine, she picks it up. Let's have a look at the throw. Comes in here. And it's very close. Oh, if it hit, it would have been out.
Out by a long chalk. And it was very interesting. She got a bit of movement in after she pitched the bowler as well. She didn't on that occasion. That might have confused the batsman. But the batsman managed to keep it out.
There we go again. So Shatarova comes back. Biljana. And another wide from her. Biljana, she did get it. She came back really well. Remember, in that first over, it went a couple of no balls. Then she was hit for 4, 2 wides. But then she bowled 4 dots and a single. So it needs to finish or start the way she finished to keep the pressure on. You don't want Estonia to get into... to make this look easy and get into a groove. That's nicely played, but again, fielders, nice and close. Make the stop. Few people saying, what's the detail on the sleeves there? Well, they're little cornflowers, and of course we do know that the cornflower is the national flower here in Estonia. So it's not dots, it's actually little cornflowers on their kit.
And again, a good attacking shot by the batter. They're
going
to go
out,
through
should
to
be
the
out
single.
here. Oh,
it
well,
could be some confusion.
It will be. And, well, Marco, they could have gone for either end. In the end, I thought Bulgaria were going to somehow mess this up, but they do get it And, well, this was a little bit like, I don't know, it was passing the ball around, right? It goes this way, it goes that way, backwards and forwards, but they will get the wicket. And in the end, I think you'll take that. They get Geethama out, who looked the more dangerous batter. So let's have a look at this. Here's the shot. So they could have gone at Geethama's, but she doesn't leave. So look at the way they pass it around, and they're falling all over the place. Fielders go down. Batters go down, Geethama goes down, the stumps go down. Oh, there's the banging into each other, but Geethama is the one who's going to have to walk back. She doesn't look happy about it, but a little bit of confusion. I said at the time that the calling between the wickets and the running between the wickets between Bulgaria and Estonia, Bulgaria seemed to be better at that, and that's been demonstrated there. The first wicket goes, and it's going to be Geethama run out for 7.
And I think if Geethama had reacted to the call straight away, she probably would have made it. There was a lot of confusion in between the batters and the fielders, and she would have just made it. But she missed out, and now the next batsman in is Victoria Frey.
Victoria Frey. Oh, it's a risky shot to play, isn't it? It was a good delivery once again there from the bowler, Biliana, and if she didn't get bat onto that, she would have been right in front.
Yeah, she whipped that off the stump straight across the line, but she's off the mark. 1 from 1. And again, attacking instincts. They're really trying to go for it. And as I said before, let's see where that gets them. That could get them in trouble. It was the other way with Bulgaria. They were more there, let's try to bat this out, bat the 20 overs, see what we can get. At the moment, Estonia really trying to go for it by the looks of things.
Just taking guard here. This is Helena. Now, Helena, of course, was the one who went for the run. That would have taken her off the mark. It didn't happen, so 10 balls faced, not off the mark just yet. That's probably going to be a wide. Nicely dealt with there by the wicket keeper. That's Vili Nikolova.
Okay, let's see what happens with this second delivery of the over. She comes in, and again, the batter hits it through the covers. It's going to go close to the boundary, but doesn't manage quite to get there.
Oh no, that's going to be 4, I think.
I think it's
been picked up with 1 foot still outside the boundary. Let's have a look. So the ball stops here. Now, when is contact made here? That's 4 runs. Oh, no, it's going to be 4. The word would get through to the batter in a moment, but the fielder, unfortunately, picking the ball up before she got back into the field of play. So, 4 carreras. That's unfortunate, and the fielder's now just been explained why. She said, oh, okay, sorry. Didn't mean to. So 4 runs on the board, and Victoria Frey, nice shot from her through the covers.
Very good shot off the mark, and again she plays that now on the leg side at 45.
Yeah, they don't run there. That was close to, it just went over the head of the field as well. There's Detalina, the captain, trying to rally her troops. A couple of wickets here, and they'll be in. I know it's a brisk start from Estonia, but a few more wickets will slow them down.
One brings 2.
Gabriella can get another. That struck pretty well. Now that also is going to be a challenge for the fielder. Gets down, makes a stop. They'll just take the single. I'm liking this attacking mindset from Victoria Frey. Coming out there and fraying the bat and having a go, trying to push the fielders back, and I like that.
What is it? 5 off 3, so she's doing fantastically well. And the ball's coming off the middle more often than not. And this one's on the stumps, and she manages to play it back to the bowler. It was well bowled as well from Gabriella Ilalanova.
Yeah, bowling well, getting the ball up in the right areas. She comes again, looking to get that ball pitched right up. That's good length and nicely played. Nice little sweep shot.
Yeah, just behind square for a single. So does that get Helena off the mark? Yes, that gets Helena off the mark on a 12th delivery, and here we are, last ball of Gabriella Ilalanova's over.
Yeah, that's hit beautifully.
Fantastically hit behind square. Fantastic shot. Victoria Frey, she's got a good eye.
Yeah, well struck, and it was just right there in her hitting zone, wasn't it? She was ready for the shot, prepared for it. The ball was in the slot, and just watch it. She says, right, I'm having this.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful shot, goes down on one knee, gets absolutely crunched to the boundary. 4 more runs. Comes at the end of the over, and Estonia 27 for 1 after 4.
Dare I say it, that could be shot of the day so far.
It could quite easily be, I think, and nicely played, aggressive bone. You can see that's already they're well ahead of the required rate where they need to be. Just needing 61 more runs then, and plenty of time to do it. And you can see that that's at less than run a ball now. They can do it, but just taking 4 and over will get them a victory. But you just get the feeling that, especially the way that Victoria Frey has started, that's not the plan. Helena Kirk a bit different, 12 balls for the one that she's got, but she's probably the one that just sticks around and lets the other batters do the work. Let's see if Biljana Shatarova can get a breakthrough here, get another wicket. That's what they're planning to do. That's unfortunate, actually. It's it's one of those, actually. We're looking at this one again. I mean, the ball looks like it's going to hit the pads and then moves away. I think, again, these are tight calls for me. If you use the profile system, that ball starts on the pads, then goes away. I think in T20s, I don't think they're wide, you know.
It's interesting with her bowling action. She just gets a bit of movement into the batsman once it pitches. This one's way down leg and will be wide. But in her previous 2 overs, she also struggled a bit at the beginning and then generally got her radar as the over went along. So, you know, we'll take the first 2 balls. The next ones, I'm sure, are going to be threatening.
Oh, Helena. She's got that. I mean, look at the way they're all around her at the moment. So she's trying to get something away here. So, yeah, they're pretty tight out there on the offside. Got one very close on the leg side as well. So they're basically challenging. And Estonia, well, certainly Victoria Frey has taken up the challenge to go after them. There it is there. There's the field set. So look how close those bodies are on the offside and there on the leg side. So, and then they've got the sweepers out on the leg. That's probably worth a shout. They're asking the question. The umpire's having a thing and says not out. This is a close
going
one.
Down leg, I'd say.
Let's have a look at this. I mean, she does get drift here. It starts to drift, and ooh, I don't know. You know that with that knee being bent. I mean, it's a good shot. I can see what the umpire's thinking. Well, it's a good shot. I've seen them given.
Oh, most definitely. And if I was the bowler, I'd be shouting my lungs out as well. But I think good decision by the umpire in the end. Benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
In the air, just gets hit over that close field out on the offside. You got 4 of them there, all very close, basically saying, come on, we dare you to go over us. This time, well, Helena, she does. Now, I wonder if the field changes a little bit here now to Victoria Frey. I would be pushing just one of those 4 on the offside back a little bit, and it looks like they are doing that, just a little bit, but not a lot. So they're still keeping it pretty attacking, this field.
I think for Frey, they...
Chance and almost taken. It's straight in and straight out. And, well, the young lady who's on beanie watch could have had the wicket, and that's Stanislava. Well, that would have made her day pretty decent as well after her batting, but it's in and out. Just at the last moment, arms cross over, and the ball gets away.
She had that. She knew she had it, and then when it slipped out, it unfortunately didn't stay in. But another chance goes up, but just bounces short.
Yeah, I think this one is just dropping short here.
Yeah.
So once again, good delivery. It's up in the air and just doesn't carry.
Sorry.
This down the leg side, and that will be a wide delivery. So once again, like you keep saying, Shatarova, if you look at her over, she's probably got about 4 very good deliveries in there, but she just lets herself down with a couple of those extras.
Yeah, and it's normally more down leg than outside off. That's generally her tendency.
Let's see how she comes back here.
You have to keep the 4 good balls out.
Okay, wants the run, and no, it's not going to happen because they're keeping that squeeze on. So I'm liking the way the field set here to Helena, end of the over. So again, some wides, 3 wides in there, just the 5 runs. I say just the 5 runs. The thing is, of course, unless Bulgaria bowl Estonia out, those 5 runs and over is going to be more than enough to get the victory. 32 then on the board with 1 wicket down. Let's have a quick look at what we will be seeing at the end of the year. Our last event will be the 1st to the 20th of December, and it will be the European Cricket Championships, the Women's ECCW, coming up. 3 divisions, emerging division this time, as well as the Challenger and the Premier. So a bit of a change to that. Floated up and got plenty of time to get back and play the shot. Gets past the fielder. Will they take on the misfield? No, they won't. And we see that Stanislava coming on to bowl. She was fantastic with the bat. Can she get a breakthrough here for Bulgaria with the ball?
Well, she's staying nice and warm. She's got a beanie on. And I'm sure she's going to pitch it up on the stumps. Keep it interesting for the batsman.
It's down the leg side, and it's going to be played and missed at here. So this is where I think Bulgaria will be wanting to put the squeeze on Helena. She's 2 runs of 17 deliveries. I mean, they've got 45 pretty back. I think they move the 45 back there to Victoria, but they need to move her back up again now. Keep the squeeze on Helena. So, got to get something on there. Well, look at this for a bit of work.
Doesn't get through. Well,
that is snazzy footwork, isn't it? Snazzy footwork. And a good flick, flicks it up, gets the underarm throw in, but just gets back. Have a look at this. Flick up. Oh, that is snazzy. And if that hit the stumps direct, that would have been out.
It was actually good running from the non-striker, staying in her crease until she felt that the batsman was right.
Ooh, it would have been out, you know. Direct hit would have been. I love it. That little flick. What about that? Flick up in the hands. Very close. Back to the action. And Victoria Frey, you know, she's going to want to be super aggressive. She misses out on that one. That's her favourite shot. Probably, well, the umpire on this occasion saying, no, that's okay. And I think I don't mind that. That's a good decision because it would have gone on and hit the pads.
Yeah, and the batsman moves across. The batsman moves across to give herself some room. Misses it, and good call from the umpire.
This time it is hit well. Fielding to be done, and nicely done. And yeah, I think beanies is the way to go. Alexa making a stop there. I think me and you are going to be going to the shops today looking for a few beanies. I have got me hand warmers though. You've got your beanie as well. Oh, I'm surprised you haven't got it on, Marco. It's definitely beanie day.
Well, I like to have room to move. Okay, and we come in for the 5th ball of this over. And it's on the stumps, played away to the leg side for no runs. So it's been a pretty tidy over, 4 runs coming off it so far. Still 2 balls to come. And the fielding is still in and tight. It's Helena on strike. Not the most attacking. So they're putting the squeeze on her. And this one is on the stumps again. Played to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, well fielding and liking that. They're keeping the pressure on. That's what they can do. I think Bulgaria know that if they're going to win this match, they've got to try and bowl out Estonia. They've got to get Estonia to make the mistake. So 36 for 1. Again, nice tidy over. Just the 4 runs from it.
Was tidy. And one thing that Estonia did so well when they were bowling was pitching it up and pitching it on the stumps. And that's something that Bulgaria need to follow. They need to attack those stumps. So when the batsman misses, the bowler hits.
They're going to stick with the opening bowler here. So they're obviously feeling that go with Miliana to bowl her overs while she's in. That's in the air. It's been well struck. Gets it over the infielders. They will get just a single. I don't mind that. I think if a bowler is feeling good, then just go with it and let the bowler bowl out.
Well, I do get the feeling that the more she bowls, the more rhythm she gets it, and the better she feels. So I think a good call from the captain. Bowl her out.
It's well bowled again, and this is where again, when Helena's there now, try to keep Helena on strike. She's struggling here. 21 deliveries for just the 3 runs here at the moment. So let's see if they can keep that squeeze on and keep that ball full and straight. That's the whole idea. And there it is again. Again, see, she's getting bat onto ball, but there's no power there. So even if that's wicket-to-wicket bowling, bat and ball, fielders are in close, they're just not giving the single away. So this is how Bulgaria get themselves back in the match.
Absolutely, putting the squeeze on, and they're good tactics. She's 3 off 22 deliveries. Helena.
That's better. There's good strike. Now this long chase here. I wonder if they go 2 here or whether they stick. They are coming back and they will get there. So comfortable 2.
Comfortable 2 and a very good shot through the offside from Helena. That does seem to be a strength. She likes to play it through there, slashes it through the covers, nearly to the boundary.
Yeah, nicely played. A little bit of extra width. And because it was short enough to play that shot, that's nicely played. Good comeback delivery. It's on the stumps again. And though she's got a good eye, does Helena. She picks it well. She gets back down onto it. She's blocking them out. But of course, it's just another dot ball. The dot balls are starting to build up. But the thing is, with the rate required still around about that, just about 4 and over, they can afford that. Can Shatrova finish with a wicket. And that's a wide. That means she gets another chance here. 16 have come off her spell so far with the ball to go. So they want another breakthrough here. Remember, the only wicket that's gone so far was because of the run out.
And I think a wicket's going to be very important. As soon as the wicket goes, the pressure's going to be back on Estonia.
And that was probably okay, says the umpire. So gets away with that. It was a touch and go, I think. So end of the over. Another over comes to an end. Well, I normally like to put some questions through to our chat. So I'm going to put this one out there. I'll give you the answer at the halfway point of this innings. So my question is, what is the highest partnership in women's one-day internationals? And can you name the batters? So I'm going to leave that out there. So the highest partnership in women's ODIs, and can you name the batters? So just for fun. So I'll leave that out there for a moment, and we'll come back to that at the halfway point when I think the players will take some drinks as well. Strike, work to be done on the field, a good stop. This is where you take one for your team. That's been absolutely crunched, and she's done superbly well. This ball was motoring, and Marco, I thought this had 4 written all over it, but the fielder does extremely well. Once again, Frey, she plays that shot beautifully well. And great bit of fielding to make the initial stop, to stop the ball going past her onto the boundary rope.
And once again in her hitting zone.
It's going to be a long chase. Should really be looking to come back, and Victoria Frey wants it. It's good running, good intelligent running. I think she's already had a chance to look at the arms of the fielders on that leg side. She knows that the arms are not strong, so even though they've got the ball in hand, she's prepared to come back for the second. Batting well, Victoria Frey, 18 of 12 deliveries, and just liking her attacking intent.
Yes, and it's an intent that we've seen throughout the batting lineup. And they're batting around Helena, which is a good tactic. And even Helena moving on to 5 from her 25 balls. So Sarandieva now 3 balls in, 8 runs off her 9 deliveries so far.
Denislava keeping it. Oh, that's well struck. And this one again is probably going to challenge the fielders. They can't do anything about it. It's a really good hit. And there's the celebration from Victoria Frey. That was me, she says. That was me. I did that. Well, this is another good contender for the HCL shot of the day. It's beautifully played by Victoria Frey. We know she's very strong on the leg side, but this time this is one outside the off. She hits it, thumps it straight down the ground. Nobody's stopping that. 4 more.
Oh, and look at that celebration. It's like they've just scored a 50. It's fantastic to see. And she's got a very good eye when she plays that shot, cross-batted shot down the line, and that one over the bowler's head, basically, for a fantastic boundary. But now Sarandova 5 balls into this over. Just 1 ball to come.
Yeah, 8 runs off it, so they've more than doubled what they require. Chipping away at the score and the rate as well. Needing wickets here, Bulgaria. That's well struck as well. It's going to be a long chase. Should be looking for a couple. They take one, and I think in the end, probably Helena maybe smartly says, well, look, you're going well. The over's coming to an end. You should stay on strike, and that's probably a fair call. 49 for 1 at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, I would say that's a good tactic from Helena. And I would say at this stage of the game that Bulgaria have to think about spreading their field out. It's been great, the pressure that they have put on in the first part of the game. But I think at this stage, you don't, with 49 on the board for the loss of only 1 wicket, 8 overs down, I think you have to start defending a little bit, putting pressure on that way.
Yeah, I think also what they could do, I mean, I don't mind the fact if they have the fielding tight to Helena, not allow her to get the single when she's on strike, but to Victoria Frey, I mean, especially when she's hitting like this, I mean, that's another one that's going to go all the way to the boundary. Que guay, que genial, que batador. And look at the celebrations as well. These celebrations are getting wilder by the moment as Victoria Frey, she puts another one to the boundary. It's a good shot. It's too short. She plays this pull and hook shot so well, and she's literally fetching that from outside the off, hitting it well, sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowler. Rasmalai, 4 more.
Oh, and look at that. Look at that celebration. Fantastic.
Now this is another one that's going to keep running. Andre, Iba. Well, this time it doesn't quite have the legs to go to the boundary. And Stanislava gets there and gets the ball back in. But Victoria Frey, she is in the mood to party, and she is partying out there as well. She's having a ball. She really is.
Well, with 29 off 18, there's no reason why she shouldn't be. She's been seeing the ball like a proverbial balloon.
She's absolutely loving it out there at the moment. And, of course, played a big part with the ball as well. That one is up in the air. Can it go to hand? No, it won't. And she's going to take the single. Moves to 30 now. Really good. Good, I think you've got to say, it's a good impact innings, isn't it? She's gone out there. She's basically decided, you know what, I'm going to play my shots. And that's it. She's gone past her highest score before now. I'm just checking out. I'm having a quick look at T10 and T20. Was 16 against Cyprus last year. So she's moved past that quite easily. And batting beautifully well as well.
Well, she's taken the game to the Bulgarians, and with 30 off 19, with a score on 56, what we both thought was going to be a close game might turn out to be a walk in the park.
It could be if they don't get this wicket pretty quickly. Just 32 required. And that's been the issue. That's a nice shot played away. Gets through the infield. It's just going to hold up. And Helena is not going to pick up her first boundary, but she does enough to do the right thing, I think, at the moment for a team. Takes the single and just gets Victoria Frey back on strike, who's the danger at the moment. But this is where you got to, you're right, you think about the field now. This is where you say, right, one of those 3 on the leg side, the sweepers have to go back and sweep the boundary. I mean, at the moment, they're sweeping 3 players inside the circle, but they're only a few metres behind them. We've got to go further back. Same has to be said about the offside. Nobody sweeping on the offside. I think they've got to be smart here. Somebody sweeping on the offside, maybe extra cover area, and at least pushing, I would say, pushing mid-wicket and his square leg back on the leg side, because she loves to play that shot.
Exactly. I would have 3 on the leg side, on the boundary coming in. And Victoria plays that cross-bat shot so well.
Yeah, well, let's see to make that change now, because she's going on strike. Helena gets the the single. Let's see how they play it. So, or was that the end of the over? I don't think, yeah, it was the end of the over, so we're not going to see it here straight away. So over is called, and the score moves to 60. The end of the 9th over, 60 for 1. So need a breakthrough here pretty quickly. Do Bulgaria? They got gifted with the run out, but that's the only wicket they've got so far.
Yeah, and I think if you look back, maybe they could have just pitched the ball up a little bit more and threatened those wickets. It's those short balls that have been causing them the issues, especially the way Victoria has been hitting them through the leg side.
Yeah, so remember the question, which was what is the highest partnership in women's ODIs, and can you name the batters? Leave that out there for this over, and I'll reveal all at the end of the over, as we're going to start with a no ball here. So this is Simon, I think, who's coming on to bowl here, and needs to put the pressure on the batters. 61 now, he just drags this one too wide, and it bounces a couple of times before it gets to the batter's crease, and this time the leg side, which, well, if she stepped inside it, she may have got a wide, but she certainly needs to be playing at that one. So this is Helena, who doesn't seem to be in too much of a hurry, mind you. I suppose she's playing her role perfectly well. She's just keeping one end going and letting Victoria Frey do all the work.
She's doing exactly the right thing for her team as she plays it away behind square.
Yeah, no chance of a run this time, and quite rightly, I think you can see Victoria saying, no, we don't need to risk this. We are well ahead of this game. You can see the win predictor 98% to 2% in favour of Estonia. And just remember, these two teams, they will do it again. They will play a second match, and it looks like we're going to have a pretty long break in between the two matches as well. So the next match scheduled to take part in probably around about an hour and a half from now. So another wide here. So they do go with this Slavea to have a ball, and she's just not getting it right at the moment. There's plenty of extras that are sneaking in. Of course, Slavea, 25 of 58, played her part in getting Bulgaria a score on the board, but it looks like that score is not going to be enough the way Estonia are going here. They're needing wickets, and needing wickets quickly.
It's all about the wickets at the moment. At 1 down for 63, we're not even at the halfway mark. At the moment, Estonia looking very good for the victory, and this one just doesn't make it onto the pitch.
Yeah, struggling to get through the over here is Slavea.
3 balls down in the over, 3 still to come, 4 runs off it. Victoria Frey on strike, and this is outside off again, once again a no ball, and the free hit continues. So still half the over still to go. Victoria Frey just waiting on that short ball. They've got somebody on the boundary, down on the leg boundary, and she goes for it past fine leg. Will it get stopped? It shall, and the batsmen go through for 2.
Take a couple there, and just getting closer and closer. So still another couple of balls to get through in this over, and Slavea hasn't quite gone to plan, hasn't been able to threaten the batters really. And I think you're right in what you said. The difference is the line that Bulgaria bowled compared to what Estonia did. They've been a little bit too short, and especially to Victoria Frey, they've bowled to her strength. She likes the ball short. She likes to be able to rock back in a crease and play that pull or the hook shot across the line, and they just haven't made a play straight, have they? They haven't put anything on the stumps, whereas Estonia, well, they bowled at the stumps and they knocked them out of the ground plenty of times as well. And really struggling here. Got to feel a little bit here for Slavea. She's just got a little bit of what we call the yips. Nice to see she's smiling though. She'll smile and get through this, getting plenty of support from of course her teammates.
And you need that at a time like this when the bowling gets a bit iffy. Then you need some support from the people around you. This one down leg as well.
It's another no ball that's called because it does bounce twice before it gets to the batter's crease. So you can feel that Slovenia is hoping that the batter can do us a favour and just go after these and get a batter onto them or something. So it's another one.
The batter has also got into a groove.
Let's see if she can get out of this over here. Galabova takes her time. I like that. She takes her time, thinks about it, and it's another one that's, yeah, well, it gets hit away. This one will probably go all the way to the rope, will it? Can you believe? No, get inside. Well done. This time, no mistake. We'll just have to check the footing there one more time of Alexa. But she does remember. Remember, we saw one earlier where the fielder picked the ball up on the wrong side of the field. So it just stopped. I mean, how close can you get to the boundary? Then goes outside and comes in. Well done. Good work. Good bit of fielding.
Very good fielding. It's called learning on the job. They learned from the mistake before. So well done. And another good shot from Victoria, and she's smashed this one in her strong zone once again behind square, nearly to the boundary, but good fielding there by the square leg fielder on the boundary.
He's done well, hasn't he, Alexa? Well, that over does come to an end. So, of course, my question was, what is the highest partnership in women's ODI, and can you name the two batters? And, of course, it was in 2017 on this day, actually. The highest partnership in women's ODI history was made by Dipiti Sharma and Poonam Arot of India against Ireland. Their 320 was the first triple century stand in the format, and 211 more than what the second string Ireland team could manage altogether. The 19-year-old Sharma made her maiden international 100, a big one, hitting a world record 27 fours in her 188. And the second highest individual score after Belinda Clark's 229, not out in the 1997 World Cup. So that's the answer to your question. Just all for a little bit of fun.
And that's the first over now from Srandeva, beginning her spell with one down leg side. And another one down there. So Victoria Frey, they really need just to pitch it up, put it on the stumps, and I think the wickets will come. But Victoria's sweating on that short ball to her strength. And this one just overcompensates just a bit. And this time outside the off stump, and it's a no ball and a free hit.
Yeah, Katrine, you can see if she gets it right, I think she can be quite useful. Just needs to get the ball on the stump, starting to get it a little bit closer, but still a little bit too wide. I feel that she just stops. What she needs is she sort of bowls and stops. I think if she kept another step going, I often say this, if she went again and just followed through, she doesn't follow through and keep sort of walking or running towards an imaginary first slip, and that would help her get the ball in the right areas. Going to try and round the wicket, and that's been played quite well. It's been a lovely pickup. Fielder's got work to do, not going to catch up with it, you know. It's going to be 4 more as that one catches the rope. Lovely shot there from Victoria Frey. Well, she's having a field day out there, bowled beautifully well, remember. And now she's batting, putting up her highest score on the network, also her highest score on T20 internationals as well. And it has moved now to 38 or 29 deliveries, and only 8 runs required for victory. It's another one hit in the same direction. That one's bobbling away quite dangerously. That's very well fielded.
There's a good stop there in the outfield. And how well has Victoria Frey batted? That previous boundary was the first one she played forward, away from that strength of hers, and played it in front. It's a superb shot.
Yeah, it's played away. They're taking this on, and well, the throw just didn't have the power in it actually there from Detlina, the captain. So another one to the board for Frey. And Helena hands a strike back to her, says 39 or 30.
just going back to the bowling action, what that step does, it brings through your hip. Bringing through your hip brings your arm over. That's all it takes.
Yeah, and catching opportunity there, almost taken it. It was hovering up in the air, fielder coming in. Not the easiest of catches because you're going forward. It doesn't really get balance, and it's just in front of her, but it's going to be another chance that goes down. So an opportunity to remove. Frey doesn't get taken.
I get a feeling that might have hurt the end of her fingers as well.
Another wide delivery, so almost home, Estonia. And remember, this is a historic moment for them. It will be their first victory in the ICC's T20 International. I know they have played in the Nordic Cup. Well, that's going to be out. And it's going to be the end of Victoria Frey. And dare I say it, it's a good straight delivery is what they haven't done too much of. They haven't pushed the ball up in the right areas. They may be going down in the match, Marco, but they're still going to celebrate every little victory, and that is a big victory. They get the wicket of Victoria Frey, and it's Bulgaria's turn to come together and celebrate.
Well, and a big wicket it was. The stumps were lit up. And, yeah, on the stumps, pitched up, off stump, done. Bales, stump out of the ground, and a fantastic celebration. In the end, irrelevant of the result, they're enjoying being out there and they're enjoying representing their country.
Yeah, but what a knock from, well, for me it's obvious that's the player of the match, Victoria Frey. Fine knock there in the end from her, making 39 or 32, and don't forget earlier with the ball, taking 3 for 14 as well. So well played. She's almost taken her team Estonia to victory, and remember, like I said, it would be their first victory in T20 internationals, and that's going to be huge for them. And you just get the feeling that that could give them a real positive momentum push with 2 more matches to play in this series. One follows this one, and then they'll play the one match tomorrow on Peacock Friday. Remember, I suppose I need to update you on Peacock Friday. That's when we put our loud shirts on, so I hope you got one with you.
Yeah, Rico, I think anyone who knows me knows I've got a cupboard full of loud shirts.
Okay, that's good then. So Peacock Friday tomorrow.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll have 2 matches today, so 1 more after this one. And then we have the 1 T20 International tomorrow. And then, of course, we go to T10 style ECIs when these 2 will play 7 matches. And there'll be the 4 on the Saturday and the 3 on the Sunday. So plenty of international action still to come. Good over there from Katrine. I did say that if she got it straight, she could be useful. And she proved it to be when she took the wicket of Victoria. It is now 84 for 2 at the end of 11 overs with just 4 runs required for victory.
Well, that has really been the difference between the major difference between the 2 teams is just the length of the bowling and the fact that Victoria was very good on the short ball, and that was her strength.
Yeah, there you go. Have a look. That's what's happening here today. So the next match is scheduled to be happening at 1:45. So we'll have a big break before that one, because this one will finish early. As Bulgaria, I think quite rightly slow, just using some other bowlers here to get them into the swing of things, get them warmed up for the next match. And they'll be wanting to bounce back. Remember, they themselves have the opportunity to register their first win as well in T20 internationals, and they certainly will give it all they've got. This is Alexa having a bowl, and now bowling to the left-handed Shamali Lukuge. Also, of course, remember, on a debut, bowled pretty well. Let's see if she can get some runs to her name as well. Does not need to play at that one. That's too wide. So that takes the score now to 86. So just 2 required for victory. And, well, I think Shamali would like to get back onto ball and maybe score her first T20 international run before the game is done.
And that could mean her hitting the winning runs, which would be a special.
Could do indeed. Alexa
Special
just
occasion.
checks the field. And that's a no ball. So, well, she's going to have a free hit to try and do it in. Not only score her first run, but also get the victory. That ties the scores. So the scores tied. Well, I think it ties the scores, but, well, maybe, well, I thought that tied the scores. Is the scores tied?
Me as well, but the teams are coming off.
Sure, that's tied. Go back, go back. Where are you going? Sure, that's tied. Well, what am I missing here? I think that score's tied.
The umpires have taken the bails off the stumps. There's a bit of discussion.
What are they discussing here? I mean, you can't get 2 runs for a no ball. Go back. Okay, yeah, food's not ready. Go back. Well, come on. Let's get on the safe wavelength. Well, me and you knew what was going on, but obviously the umpires didn't. Well, Chamali, you're okay. You have a free hit and you can score your first international runs here.
And the winning runs to boot.
If I'm Chamali, even if it's going to be a big wide, I'm chasing after it. I'm getting back onto ball and running.
Absolutely.
Free hit.
Absolutely. Get back. Willow on leather.
Scores tied. Free hit. Chamali looking to score her first runs. Playing international cricket and hit it. She won't hit it. She knows that's it. She's going to be not out on 0. It's the end of the match. And Estonia win comprehensively in the end. We did say at one point that we thought that maybe 80 would be an okay score. We thought 100 would be ideal, but 80 would be challenging. But not on this occasion. Estonia, they do it pretty comfortably thanks to a marvellous display of batting and hitting from Victoria Frey, 39 of just 32 deliveries. She was supported well there by Helena Kirk, who made 11 of the 34 that she was out there for, but played her role quite beautifully. She ends up being not out. And, well, Chamali, she tried her best to try and get her first international runs, but never got one she could reach. End of the innings. And it is victory to Estonia, their first win in an ICC T20 match. So they're going to be absolutely over the moon, the home side, and they'll be keen to do it again in the second match. But having said that, I think Bulgaria will be pretty keen to bounce back as well. Let's take a look at the highlights coming up here now. And the first real joy came because of, well, some indecisive running. They got away with it a few times, didn't they, Marco? We were saying at the time that the running in between the wicket from Estonia wasn't quite as good as what we saw there from Bulgaria. And it was a good start from Gitama. She certainly looked like she was quite an aggressive hitter of the ball, but unfortunately, she would be the one that gets run out.
Yeah, that was it. It was the running between wickets. That was their opportunity in the early overs for Bulgaria. And then once Victoria came in and started hitting them around, then the game sort of went away from them.
Yeah, well, that was that run out. And in the end, it was a great bit of teamwork, actually, from Bulgaria to do it. This was the one where there was a bit of a brain fade, and that ended up being 4 runs. But yeah, good team play to get the wicket. But we knew then they needed more wickets. And I think a combination of bowling too short and maybe not setting the right field to Victoria Frey meant that Estonia would get away with it quite comfortably and win this match with plenty of time and overs to go.
I was actually quite surprised that it, in the end, was as one-sided as it looked in the end, because, as we said before, we thought it might be a tight game, but unfortunately it just got away from Bulgaria. But the great thing is, there's 2 more games to make amends.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's the celebrations when you hit a boundary. Yep, well, Victoria Frey, she does likes to dance, doesn't she? We know that she's got the little moves when she's bowling. Well, when she's batting as well, especially when she hits the boundary. And there was another one. Yep, battle left. Let's do a dance. Let's do a celebration. That's what I like to see. And you know what? It wasn't just Estonia that was celebrating, because Bulgaria, they got in the act as well. I mean, that wicket, it probably didn't mean a lot, but it's... the match was already decided, but getting the wicket of Victoria Frey, that's an important thing. But Victoria, yeah, what a good performance from her. Definitely our player of this match. And, well, it wasn't done yet. Go back. It ain't done. There was still a run to be scored. And in the end, it would be another extra that would finish the match off. I did say that that Bulgaria, if they wanted to have a chance here, they had to be really good with the extras. But they bowled gave away 31 extras, and that was only inside of the 12 overs they bowled. So we know that Estonia themselves have to work on the extras, but Bulgaria, well, you just get the feeling that if they were bowling 20 overs there, they could have quite easily given around about 70 runs in extras. So that's something that you need to sort out. Quick look at the batting scorecard, and Marco, it's only one player that really hits the right notes there.
Well, it's all about Victoria Frey. Her 39 off 32 balls with 5 boundaries, with 5 fours. Absolutely superb, and her strength through mid-wicket was there for all to see, culminating, and with the shot of the day, that beautiful, beautiful shot that she played midway through her innings was a highlight for me. But I thought it was a good batting effort and a very good performance also by Helena. She allowed the rest of the team to bat around her. She was not out on 11 after she facing 34 balls, and she did a good job for her team.
She certainly did. I see a lot of people in the chat. And Stuart Hook, of course, Estonian men's player, who had a very good tour of Malta. I did feel he scored a very fine half century as well in the chat. Hello to Stefan Gooch as well, who also was a good performer there in Malta with the bat and with the ball. Brought up 2,000 runs for himself. He's saying well done to SD. So proud of our ladies, and so you should be. They've done a good job registering their first win in ICC T20 event. So well done to Estonia. And Bulgaria, well, they know that they're not that far behind as well. And I think these two teams, as I started saying at the start of the day, are very on level terms, really. In the past, they've had close contests, they've been competitive with the ball, but the batting is where they really need to pick up on, and certainly that's one thing that Estonia, thanks to Victoria Frey, have done well there. But Bulgaria, they'll regroup, and no doubt that they'll come back strong in the second match. We're going to leave you then with the match summary. You can see there that's a comfortable victory, Estonia. And Marco, your first match, how'd you feel? How did it go?
I enjoyed it. There was much to shout about, and it was great to see. Even the weather, the sun is trying to poke through. So, yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. It was fantastic to see some great cricket, some great shots, and just to see the enthusiasm on the field, the celebrations, and the bouncing up and down and dancing from the players while they're keeping themselves warm was also another highlight for me.
Absolutely. You know, there's one thing that we always say, you know, with the likes of Estonia and Bulgaria here, you know, these are two teams and sets of players that haven't been playing for a long time. We've got to remember that, and we have to take that all into consideration when we're watching them. And to see the way that they progressed, and I mentioned before, I remember seeing Estonia playing in Cyprus last year, and seeing the way that they've moved on from there to now has been quite amazing. I think their bowling and fielding was sensational, and I think you touched on that as well, that the difference in this match was that Estonia, their bowlers, they got the ball up there, the ball at the stumps, and as a result of that, they restricted Bulgaria to that score, bowling them out for 87. I think Bulgaria, they'll learn from that. But again, two teams, they're new to the format, they're new to playing. They've only just started playing this year as well. I mean, they're just coming out of a very long winter. No, Bulgaria, they haven't managed to play outside yet. Estonia very much in the same boat. So I think with every match that they will get better. And I think you're right. I think the next match you'll see big improvements from both sets of teams, maybe especially in the number of the extras that are going down. And who knows, that maybe tomorrow, maybe the one that gets played tomorrow, Bulgaria can bounce back in the second one here. Maybe tomorrow will be the decider. But one thing for sure is that the girls, they do want to have fun. Well, not only are they having fun, they're bringing us a lot of fun and joy on today, International Day of Families. And we're very much a family affair here on the European Cricket Network. And it's great that you, wherever you are around the world, can join us as well. So Marco, I think me and you are going to have a break. We're going to have to find the coffee machine and get some warm fluid inside us, and then we'll be back a little bit later to talk you through the second match between Estonia taking on Bulgaria. So hasta pronto, mi familia, and see you soon for match number 2 coming up in around about an hour and a half's time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. I hope you've had a nice break, or maybe you've been tuning in to Tina there in Stockholm, where of course we're seeing plenty of action happening at the moment. We saw that Tina doing a great job there with one ball longer than they would have liked to. So we turn our attention now back to the T20 internationals here, of course, at this international Estonia cricket and a rugby cricket ground. A beautiful setting here, a little bit cold here today and a little bit nippy. Temperatures currently around about 9 degrees. We're hoping it gets a little bit warmer during the afternoon. But of course, Bulgaria looking to bounce back after going down to Estonia in the first match. They managed 87, were bowled out with 4 balls to go. Estonia got there quite comfortably, just needing 11.1 overs to do so. There's the team seats. You'll see that Mijum Frey coming into the side for Estonia. Wishing her well. But Bulgaria unchanged. And the news from the middle is that Estonia won the toss and elected to bowl first. So they're looking to do very much the same. Though I do feel that this time round they're going to try and do better. 87% to 13. No surprise there. But I think this time round they'll be hoping to cut down on the number of extras they gave and try to really squeeze Bulgaria from scoring those runs, and maybe even perhaps be looking to bowl them out before they did in the first match. I'm Rico Fall, and it's a great pleasure for me to be enjoyed by a new member of our family on International Day of Families. I've got Marco here with me. Marco, welcome back. Excited for this one?
Absolutely. Second game of the day. I want to see if Bulgaria can bounce back so that we have a deciding game tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty key, isn't it? I think all the neutrals around the world would love it to see if Bulgaria could win, because that would mean that they would win their first ever T20 international match as well. And we'll have a decider tomorrow. Here's the first ball, and it's a good one. And it will be a good one, of course, because Anna Maria...
Yes, absolutely. As I said, she has a nice action. She goes through the crease, she hits the pitch, and she bowls in good areas outside off stump. When she pitches up, she's deadly.
And she does like to bowl with a bit of pace and hits the deck hard. That's nicely played, and Liliana just plays that out easily. Of course, they want a much better start, do Bulgaria. Remember, in the last match, it just didn't go well. They lost wickets far too easily.
Well, the first 4 overs were a struggle, 14 for 5 after just 4, so they definitely want a better start this time around.
That's well bowled and well played. You saw there, Marie Vesic just getting a little bit excited. She thought she was going to get through the defences. But the defences from Biljana, a little bit better than what we saw there from Vili and Stanislava. Remember, Vili, Stanislava, Detalina and Simona were skittled out quite easily in the first match. That's why they made a change here. It's Biljana. She just leaves that one alone. She chooses not to play at that one. And they've gone with Slavea Galabova as the other opener, not surprisingly after her very good knock in that first match where she scored a fine 25. So a better start is what Bulgaria are looking for. Vesic again, that's a good delivery, but again, well played as Biljana. Not too much foot movement from her, but she's keeping her head nice and still and just blocks this one out.
And I think with a better start, they'll be able to attack the bowling a little bit more to get that score closer to 100, maybe even past 100.
And another good delivery, just rams the bat down on this one. So, yeah, good bowling. This is that's nicely done. So once again here, just getting it. I think it probably catches a bit of the pad there as well, but it is going on to miss the leg stumps. It's the end of the first over, and it will start with a maiden. So no runs coming off that one. A nice start from Anna Maria Vesic, looking to improve once again on what was a great first match for her. This is our tour of Estonia. As we look at it, we're going to have 2 days, today and tomorrow, of these T20 internationals between the women. Saturday and Sunday we turn our attention to the ECIs. Once again, Estonia and Bulgaria in action there. And then on Monday the 19th is the start of the European Cricket Series. That's been worked away round the corner. A nice little leg glance for the first runs on the board as Slavea Galabova gets off the mark.
And once again, Valner's first delivery pitched up. That's what got her rewards in the first game, 4 for 14 off her overs in the first game. She would try to be repeating that one in this one.
Yeah, that's just down the leg side. That's a good leave there by Miliana. Yeah, one thing about Bharat Valna, I mean, the way she started in the last match, she gave the ball plenty of flight to start off with. It was almost like what she was trying to do was get her length right first. I mean, you see here, she seems to have got it right. Well, a slow motion dive, she makes the stop. But yeah, I thought, Marco, that in that first match, she was more determined getting the length right. And once she got the length, she then she got the direction and the line right. And it's very much the case here. But now she's got that length, that she'll keep niggling away. Here we go. That's that ball again. That's the one that did the damage in the last match.
Yeah, but you saw then they kept it out. And what I'm looking for is that the batsmen have good communication in the centre wicket. There's some running between the wickets and some good calling. I think can bring about some extra runs.
Wallner again, and once again kind of more, well, gone. There's the wicket, and it's just getting that ball pitched up here, and there was the appeal. And let's have a look at this. It's gone right through the defences. Yeah, it's gone through, and I think what she was appealing, but what she didn't really do is look back at the stumps. The stump went down. That's a bit unfortunate because it's come off. It sort of hit the leg of the batter and then gone off and hit and gone onto the stumps.
That ricocheted, I think, from pad onto the stumps. That was very unlucky in the end. But pitched up, asked questions of the batsman, and she gets the reward. I thought it was a bit hard to tell at the beginning. I thought it was an LBW, and I thought it was a strange decision from where we were standing.
Yeah, it looked strange, but one thing we didn't see very quickly, because the keeper's on the way when we are here, is that stump out of the ground. That is unlucky. It's the way that it goes. Sometimes just wanted to be wanted to be solid, but at the same time, if you're not going for those runs, you see it again here. It's angled in, hits the top of the, so it's not hitting the stumps there. No issues with LB, but look, it comes back and goes bound to the stumps. That's really unlucky. Look at the non-striker's reaction there. Also, you can see that Slovak was having a look there, said, "Oh no, how could that happen?"
So 2 balls left in this over.
And that's going to be just okay, says the umpire. Gives Hamata the benefit of the doubt that Joe Foster is out there at the moment. So this is Stanislava that is coming at number 3.
Well, the top scorer from the first innings, I think, isn't she? No, it's Galabova.
It's played away, and that is the end of the over. So well bowled from the Marta Valnac. Picks up not having a bad day. That's the 5th wicket in the day. Took a 4 in the first, and now she's on 5. And the way she's bowling at the moment, and when she's getting that ball onto the pegs, I'd imagine she might pick up another 1 or 2 here as well. So Bulgaria, they are 1 down with 2 on the board after 2 overs.
Yeah, first over a maiden and only 2 runs off the second with the wicket. So another good start from the Estonian team.
And that one's going to be down the leg side, and an apology straight away from Anna-Marie Vasic. I'm very impressed with Natalia behind the stumps as well. Her movement's been good. Look, she steps across, gets there. That's nice work. Nicely done. Wearing the trendy headgear as well.
Bit lighter on the head. Maybe she liked the helmet for a bit of extra warmth.
Oh, that one's gone free. Should be running there. Yeah, a bit of the old Hannibal Lecter headgear on.
Oh, yes.
With and she's got the number 13 on the back as well, Natalia.
Lucky for some.
Yeah, lucky
for some. Unlucky for others. That one again wide outside off stump. Should want to get her line back onto that corridor that she bowls so well. Here she is, 3rd ball.
That's a well dug out now. So where are you originally from?
I was born in Austria.
Yeah.
Born in Austria,
so
but you grew up in Perth, Australia.
Okay, Perth, Australia. So you'll like this one. And International Kangaroo Care Awareness Day today it is.
Oh.
I bet you've seen a few of them in your time. They're in Perth in Australia, or?
I have indeed. I didn't know it was International Kangaroo Awareness.
It is. International Kangaroo Care Awareness Day, a global event that aims to increase the safety, implementation, research, awareness and education about kangaroos globally.
Well, I'm a big kangaroo fan. I think kangaroos are wonderful, noble animals. But as an Australian, I would say that, of course.
Kangaroos and koalas, yeah, all from that. Yeah, what else is there today? I mentioned, of course, I mean, the big one, of course, it is International Day of the Family, so the day that families come together. Also, it's International Casino Day. This is an interesting one. Some people's ears will prop up. Yes. Well bowled and well played again. Good defensive mode here. Yeah, so casinos are more than just a place to gamble. They are a vibrant entertainment hub that offers everything from live concerts, fine dining, and nightlife to sports events and world-class hospitality. And of course, the big thing about casinos is they do also support the economy big time. As many people are, of course, employed by them, so they're helping the economies, creating millions of jobs. Well, they do. So it is a day that we raise our glasses to the international casinos around the world. International Casino Day.
We have lots of choice. We can celebrate the families, we can celebrate the kangaroos, and we can celebrate the casinos. There we are.
You certainly can. It's another one that's been blocked out. So taking no chances against Vesic this time. It's a very good over.
But they did get one run off the bat in that one. So 1 run for Galabova in that over. And we're expecting Valna to come on for her second over.
Yeah, a couple of wides in there, weren't there? So 4 came off the over in total, 1 off the bat on Vesic. But you can see that Bulgaria here, they just get the feeling that they're determined to just buckle down. They did get a couple of good partnerships in their first innings, didn't they? And that's what they're looking to do here. But Valna, she's a tricky campaigner, especially with the flight that she gives the ball. I think that's what makes them more dangerous. She flights it up, then the batters feel that they can get there and attack, and then they catch themselves caught in no man's land and get themselves out. So that's why she's tricky. This one's down the leg side, and I love the reactions from Marat Valna. Every time she gets it wrong, she holds it. She's the first to hold her head and say, "Oh no, what have I done?"
She knows what she wants to do. That's the thing. That's the important part. She'll get it right.
That's in the air. 1 carry to the fielder, but good fielding. Attacks the ball, takes it on the bounce, and an underarm throw back to the bowler.
It's good to see the batsmen go for the attack, give themselves a bit of width to try to get it through that tight infield that Estonia have got in front of her.
It's also in the air, not off the middle of the bat, but I think one thing I've noticed here with Estonia, Bulgaria also did have a lot of fielders close to the bat, but they seem to have them closer than, we said at the time, closer than what they actually needed to. Estonia here, they're still keeping the squeeze on. You can see that on the offside and there on the leg side with those players in close. But they're not so close. And I think the difference and what Bulgaria can learn from this is that even if you do go back a little bit more when they were in the field, you're still stopping the singles, but you're not allowing the ball to go over the top of you. And I think Estonia, they're demonstrating that well here.
You have to get that mixture of defence and attack right in the field. And Bulgaria in their second innings probably went too far for the attack. And at the beginning, it was fine. But once the batsmen started to get their eye in, the field had to go out.
Yeah, I want to say hello to plenty of people in the chat. I can see KG is in there as well. I know Kroon was in there a little bit earlier. Of course, I've read the sad news about from Rob Thompson as well. Rob, thoughts are with you, buddy. It's not a nice time for you, but be strong. I know that MJV from Japan was also tuning in. Hello to you in Japan. He was saying that he said his wife watching doesn't know a lot about cricket, but because it's a slightly slower pace of what the cricket on the European cricket sometimes is, that she's finding time to learn. Well, that's great news. And if you've got any questions about the game, and anybody else got any questions about anything, whether it's Estonia, about the great game, do put them in the chat. We are here to help you.
So that's Valna's second over finished. Figures of 1 for 4. Once again, doing well, attacking the stumps, pitching it up, doing exactly what she should be doing. Bulgaria knuckling down, not wanting to collapse as they did in that first game and get through those first 5 overs, but they do need to score a few runs and put pressure back on the fielding team.
Yeah, this is Chamali now coming on to ball. That's hit pretty well now. It won't go to the boundary. It'll just slow up at the batters. will come back and take 2. That's good. That was a good strike. Chamani, of course, she was the bowler that struggled in the first match with her earlier over or 2, just getting the ball fuller. She bowled quite a number of no balls where she was getting the ball bouncing twice before it was reaching the batter. That one will be a wide. Interesting stance there also from the batter here. This is Slave Galabova. She really arches down, leaves a big gap between a bat and a pad, but it works for her. Remember, she was the highest scorer in the last match. And that's a big swing and a miss at that. She'll get another wide. But one thing that Chamala's been able to do here, at least she's getting the ball a little bit further up. So she seems to have ironed out that problem. Now she's just got to get the location right.
That's right. You just get that radar going. That big problem from the first game, the double bounce. She's pitching it up.
That's well struck. You know, this one will test the boundary. In fact, is no test at all. There's the joy. There's the celebration. Give it some of that. Girls just want to have fun. And there's a very good example of it there. A lovely shot. Plays that beautifully well. And Slavia Galabova will pick up another boundary. Isn't she having a great day today?
Oh, it's fantastic. The celebrations have been one of the highlights of the day when they get around and people can bat around with her.
Well, that one's just been defended out. Talking about support, Marco Vake in the chat. Hello, Marco. The national team captain for captain, wicketkeeper, is in the chat. Marco, good to see you in there as well. I know that earlier we did see Stuart Hook and Stefan Gooch in there as well. Some people have said, where's Meta? Meta is here and looking after us very well in her new role with Cricket Estonia. So I want to say to Meta and everybody involved, to the Federation here of Esti, thank you very much for looking after us. It's a cold day here, but we've got teas and coffees are on, and we had a lovely spot on lunch during the break as well. Some nice chicken with some vegetables and plenty of fruit on offering as well. So very much appreciated. We have a look at this one more time. I think we know the score by now. So 2 days of T20 internationals, 2 days of ECIs when we go from 20 overs to 10 overs per innings. And then on the 19th of May through to the 25th of May, we had the European Cricket Series. And I think that is going to be a blast. I remember I was here last time, and there were so many runs being scored, big team scores and individual scores. Get the feeling it will be the same this time round as well, as Frey comes on to bowl, and well, she likes to hit the deck hard as well.
Oh yeah. Some bounces from Frey after the Hadley skip and a jump to start her run up. And he was the destroyer in the first game, the player of the first match.
Yeah, she was indeed. She bowled well and she batted beautifully. Yeah, that one gets played away. They will not take the single in the end. I think the fielders did enough to put the batters off from running. But one thing about Victoria Frey, it's just, I think her confidence levels must have gone up hugely. I've seen her, she's always bowled well, Marco, but last year in Cyprus, she would come in pretty lower down the order, but always make some kind of contribution. There's Thomas Martinez. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás las cosas in Madrid? Nice to have you here with us as well. And who else we got here? That's up in the air. That could be a chance. They're coming in from everywhere, and it doesn't get taken. Oh, well, that was a big opportunity. The catching's been good this morning so far for Team Esti, but this time I think we're just probably got in each other's way here, Marco.
You know what I didn't hear? I didn't hear a call for a call of mine. And then that's what's going to happen. You're going to get in each other's way, and the ball will go down. But she had a bit of outswing in that delivery as well.
Yeah, you can see one thing that she does very well is a bit like Vesic as well, just tries to keep that ball in that sort of off-stump corridor. But on that occasion, a couple of times in this over, she's just gone a little bit too wide. But I like what she's trying to do. I think she's noticing that there's not a lot of foot movement from Galabova. And also, Galabova is strong when it's going down the leg side. She plays that pull shot very well. So she wants to try and keep her outside the off. Now that could be out. It's plumb. Yeah, because it's full. And I think this is where I think Galagova is thinking this ball is going to go down the leg side. She doesn't play at it at all, and it's full, it's straight, and that's knocking the stumps over. And you can see that the umpire has no option but to give that out. So Victoria Frey picks up another.
And she's just getting a bit of drift in as well. So it's excellent bowling, good umpire's decision, and caught the batsman unaware.
Yeah, that's definitely. I wonder if we can see that just one more time and just how much that ball does drift. Watch this ball drift.
Yeah.
So you
From
can understand.
outside leg.
Yeah, you can see that she's thinking, oh, I don't need to play at this. It's going to be a wide down the leg side, but it comes back in, hits her on the pad, and that's out. And then she's holding her head, said, "Oh no, what have I done?" You can't. You can understand what she was thinking, but this time round they get the big wicket of Slavea Galabova early. She'll go for 8 of 11.
Okay, well then, now Estonia 2 for 19. But we saw that little bit of movement and that little bit of swing 2 balls before outside the off stump, and there she got it right bang on the stumps.
Well, this is now Vili Nikolova that comes out. Now remember, she got a first baller. She was the Royal Duck. So she's hoping that things are going to go better for her in this one. She's come down a few numbers down maybe to give her a little bit of confidence, but she's up against a good bowler, Victoria Frey, who's got a tail up. And well, she was determined to get to the pitch of that one and make sure it wasn't going to get through her. So well played from Vili. She blocks it out, but also well bowled again from Victoria Frey. Another good over from her, 2 runs from it, and that all-important wicket.
Yeah, she moved her feet to the trying to get to the ball in that thing, and that is important. I've missed that sometimes, and I think sometimes that has also caused some mistimed shots throughout the day. So good to see her moving towards the ball a bit.
Yeah, foot movement is everything, and
Here's Chamal.
a lot of people are getting involved in the chat and enjoying the cricket here. But remember, just to remind you, the cricket does continue there in Sweden as well, where the European Cricket Series is in full swing. I know that Vinny Sandhu is making his way back there to join up with Tina Goff. The match had just started there, and Ariana Kiff in a bit of trouble. 15 for 2 inside of the power play, and they're taking on a Seaside. So doing a great job there's Tina. As it's a risky shot to play. Bat went all the way back on her stumps. There's Stanislava. And Chamali seems to have got a line right here.
Her line and her length as well. She's getting it up there, and a lot of the issues she had in that first game aren't there at the moment, but played away onto the leg side. Now for a single. Will they go for the 2? No, they're going to stay on the 1. And that means Nikolova has scored her first run of the day.
Plays that away quite nicely. It was a nice nice pull shot, actually. So here's the next one from Jamala. That's pulled away as well, but well stopped. Good bit of fielding. Gets down and dirty, and Marie Vasic makes the stop. This is Vili Nikolova. She's still out there, still not scored a first run of the day, but she's a bit unlucky there. She thought she was going to maybe get it, but well stopped.
The athletic Anna-Marie Vasic.
No. I like the movement here. Good early movement from Vili Nikolova. So she picks the length of that one quite well, gets into a good position. Actually, I don't think this is a wide ball. I don't think there's a good call from the umpire. We're playing T20 internationals. You play on profile. That ball was... Yeah, but that's enough, isn't it? Because it's once it happens, it's always there. But some people will say, well, when it's done, then at least if it happens, you don't have to worry about it. It's well struck. Good bit of fielding, though. Gets the body there. And it stops the ball getting past, just a single.
Also helps if you don't play too many 2-innings games. Most of my stuff was white ball. Only had one chance to fail with the bat. Okay, but yeah, good bowling so far in this over by Victoria. She comes in for a second ball.
Oh, it's another one of those. It's another one that's given out. Now, this one I wasn't too sure. Does this one come back late again? We'll have to see it. I wonder if we can see another look at this. I thought this one looked like it was going to make impact outside the leg, but it might have just come in. But again, no shot played, and that's what makes it an easy decision for the umpire. So just having a look at that, I think it does drift back in, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, it's the no shot played, which I think is decisive there. A foot forward, and you're playing that through the onside for a single.
Yeah, Stanislava now this time. See, I can understand the batters thinking we want to stay here, not get out. So every time they think the ball is going down leg side, they're not even attempting to play at it. But I think you can still have the same mindset, but you've got to play at these. I mean, all she had to do was just lean forward, get the bat onto it. But this ball, I mean, she's got the knack of getting this ball to come back in, Victoria Frey, and that's what's getting the batters out here.
Yeah, you can't bat with fear, and especially in short format games. You have to go out there, and it's all about scoring. But at the end of the day, it's always about a balance between the two, defend and attack.
Yeah,
so what's Victoria going to do here?
Well, Detalina comes out, the captain. Well, she's trying to do the same again, but if she managed to get it to come in from there, it would have been the best ball in the world. It really would have done. But you can see what she's doing. She knows she's getting that ball to drift back in to the batters, so she's thinking, you know what, I will try and start on the pads and get the ball to come in.
And if that did come in, then we'll be calling her Shane Warne.
And this time she says, all right, enough of that. I'll just bang it into the deck. And she just, I think that's why she is going fuller for that floated delivery. When she's trying to bowl what we've seen her do normally and what she did so well in the first match, she's just going a little bit too wide. So that's why she's gone and opted for the fuller floated in delivery. So, well, there's the quick warm-up. She's ready to go, and she comes. And that's well bowled. That one did get that bit of drift, and that sort of started about middle and off and moved away.
Outside off stump, yeah. And I think that's also the reason why she's decided to not bang it in so much, because she's seen that when she pitches it up short, she gets some swing.
Well, that's the one into the pads. There's a quite polite inquiry, but not out this time. And hey, there is sunshine, Marco. We have some sun.
Oh, yes. Hello, sunshine.
Sun is trying to break through here. Just having a look at this one again, but you can see that this time round it was missing leg stump, and you can see that there was at least a shot attempted there by the captain, Detalina. And back on the ball, that will be another dot ball here. Good over this from Victoria Frey, just a single and a couple of wides from it.
And that was back in that corridor that she was bowling in the first game where she was so successful.
Yeah, Helix in the chat saying, play shots, girls. Yeah, you have to play at them, otherwise you make it an easy for the umpires. That's going to be dug out. Detalina thinks about it. Yeah, she wants it. She says, yeah, I'm going. She's running to the danger end. And she will get home, but I think a direct hit would have tested her. I think Detalina just had that little brainwave here to say, I could be off the mark here. Go, I'll take it on. It's a good bit of fielding by Chamala. I think a direct throw, she could have been in trouble if it was at the stumps, but she does make it home.
Well, the bowler was screaming for the ball to get to her for the run out, but it didn't get there in time, and Detalina off the mark with one. It's a very attacking bat lift she has there, so I think if it's in her swinging arc, she's going to give it a big heave-ho.
It's going to continue now with Chamala, who starts with good delivery. And that's actually well played by the captain, Detalina, because that was right on middle stump.
Yep, if she missed that, she would have been in trouble. But that's that bat lift there. If it's in her arc, it's really going to fly off the middle of that bat.
Yeah, Chamali, the bowler, bowling to who has probably been the pick of the batters for Bulgaria in the 8 matches that they played. Detalina, she's always been in the runs for them. She's a good player as well. The captain, we saw her score 23 of 26 deliveries when they played against Serbia. She was a pick of the batters there, and she also scored a fine 31. That's up in the air and just going to get over the infield. 31 of 45 against Greece, and that would help Bulgaria to the highest T20 international score that they've had so far. That was, I mentioned that was 90 that they put on the board. So they've got a number of things that they're going to be aiming for here, but one of the main things, of course, is to improve in their batting try to bat out 20 overs. And I think if they can bat the 20, then they will always get close to getting that 90 to 100 score.
And I think with 90 to 100, if you're pitching the ball up in the field when you're bowling, I think you're in the game.
Two batters who didn't have the best of first matches come together here. Vili, she has got off the mark. That'll be good. Now, probably tries to play the wrong shot here. I think this is a ball that you're really looking to play the pull shot to, but she ends up trying to play this straight down the ground. That one is one that she'll be disappointed, Vili, that she never managed to get that one away. And now she does go across the ground, and it's going to get put down. This time she does go across the line. That was a shot she should have played to the ball before. And instead, she goes for it this time around. It doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, and there's a good attempt there from Vesic, but it just gets over her head.
She didn't quite get back quick enough, unfortunately, and she just went over her hands, missing the catch. But she's keep telling the fielder to stay out there on the leg. They're waiting for something out there on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, quick over comes to an end. A good one from Chamali. And she certainly has got her line right here pretty quickly. Just the 14 of the 3 overs that she's bowled. Still searching, though, for that first wicket, her first international wicket. There's 9 overs complete. Bulgaria, 28 for 3, struggling a little bit as Estonia certainly have put the squeeze on them.
But Charmel has got better with every over she's bowled,
yeah.
I feel.
Yeah,
So,
I'd agree with you, without fail.
I'd say that wicket isn't too far off.
It's well bowled and well played as well. Gets down low and gets bat onto ball. So you can see Vili looks like she does have a good eye. And she's moves to 4 now. So hands a strike back over now to the captain, Titalina, who looks like if she does get hold of it, it will travel. And she's got that sort of baseball stance. And, oh, they're the ones you've got to be careful with. Not this time, says the umpire. But they're the ones, they think these are going down leg side, and then they leave them, and the ball does come back in. That one just, you see the difference here, just make an impact.
It's not far away. It's
didn't
not
play a shot.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You see, if you commit to those and you start playing the shot, you're hitting it on the full. In comes Frey again. This time it's outside the off. So they're the sort of shots that you need to be playing to that ball that's on the leg side. So again, it's early days for both sets of players. They haven't had too much time playing at the moment. I don't know in Bulgaria. They've only just started to play. They've done some indoor practice but haven't played outside as yet. And Estonia very much the same.
And the indoor stuff, as good as it is, it's with a different ball, and it's very different to when you get out here with a hard ball in the elements.
Oh, they scramble the run. There is an appeal. I got the feeling that the throw went to the other end. Let's have a look. I mean, this is still close because you can see that it took a while for Vili to get going. But I just wonder if the bat was in the air there. Certainly looked like the bat was in the air, but it looked perhaps the foot went in. There's that hesitation again. You can see Vili was late to go. If the throw went to the other end, it probably would have been a lot closer.
Yes. Yeah, definitely to the wrong end. She waited a bit reacting to the call, wanted to make sure she could make it, but she nearly got herself into a spot of bother as Fry comes in for her 5th ball. Another tight over. And a swoosh and a miss from outside off stump. Again. Pitched up. Good line. Well done. Batsman didn't get any wood on it. And the last ball coming up in her over now. And she's only gone for 8 runs for 2 wickets. And this taken away to the boundary. Will it get? Not quite. Good chase by the fielder. Taking the ball in just before it gets over the line, and they go through for 2. So that was a good pull shot there by the batter. And now Bulgaria's score ticks along to 32 for the loss of 3 wickets after 10 overs. Halfway stage of the innings, with both batsmen having faced 10 balls apiece. And they're having a quick little drinks break. The sun's come out, so it's got a bit warmer, and everyone's enjoying some refreshments.
Yeah, it's they deserve them as well. It gives us an opportunity to look at a number of things. I was mentioning what days it is today. Of course, we mentioned International Kangaroo Care Day. What about this one? On this day in 1940 in San Bernardino, California, brothers Morris, in brackets, Mac, and Richard McDonald opened a drive-in restaurant that gave rise to the fast food chain McDonald's. That was on this day in 1940, and on this day in 1928, Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse made his debut with the premiere of the cartoon Plane Crazy.
Is it Steamboat Willie?
Yeah,
I think the first one.
Different ones in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, of course. And can we just have a look on the field, though? Because I want to talk about this. This is... Look what you see on the field. Can we have a close-up of that? Because that is something that is very new and iconic here. And we're talking about Starship. Can we see the buggy? So Starship, well, let's give a big shout-out to Starship, because we just saw that go out and deliver the drinks. And, of course, that's something that's Starship want to say. They're changing the way the world is, because I've seen them actually on the streets here in Estonia. So they deliver all kinds of things. There it is. They can deliver your orders to your door. And Starship. And now they had them going out there and giving the drinks out in the break. That was a nice shot. A couple of runs scored there.
Well, the refreshments gave them some extra energy. It was a good shot, good piece of fielding. But that automated drink thing, I did not know that was used for public consumption. I thought it was a cricketing experiment.
Up in the air, catching opportunity, and well held. And she had one earlier, a close one, Anne-Marie Vesic, but he went over her head, got fingertips to it, but this time she gets herself in a good position and holds on to the catch. It's more joy, and it's the first international wicket as well for Chamali, and she certainly did deserve that. She's bowled very well after the struggle she had in the first match. She's got her line right, she's got the length right, and picks up a well-deserved wicket.
A very good catch by Vesic, perfectly judged, and as we said, Chamali was well deserving of the wicket. That was on the cards and it was coming. She'd got her lines and her length right more and more as the days progressed. So congratulations on her first international wicket.
Yeah, well done, well bowled, and very well deserved as well. And
that saw the end of Datalina Ruyakova for 5 off her 12 balls. As Simona Yardanova hits her first one to mid-off.
Yeah, well, that brings me to a question I had lined up, and maybe we can give the answer to this in a couple of overs' time. I'll leave it out there. This is an interesting one. I don't know if you remember this as well, but I'm not going to give the answer straight away. But 1999 World Cup on this day at Hove, South Africa took innovation too far for the ICC liking. So my question is, what did the captain, Hansi Cronje, do that was not to their liking? So back to the 1999 World Cup. It was a match at Hove. South Africa took innovation too far to the ICC's likings. Question, what did Captain Hansi Cronje do? So I'm going to leave that out there for a couple of overs. That's in the air and in and out.
Didn't quite get under it, had to reach for it at the last moment and just burst out of her hands onto the floor. So the batsman, Simona Yardanova, got away with that one, but she gets off the mark.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because you can see it's just going, she goes sideways to try and take it. It's going over her head, gets fingertips to it. If she held on to that, that would have been a great catch. But it's a good over from Chamali. Could have had 2, but she does pick up a wicket. Only goes for 3 runs as well. So well done, well bowled.
And 17 off her 4 overs. So really well done for that, and a great comeback, as we've said. I'm wondering if now there's going to be a change in the bowling. Yeah, Victoria Frey has been taken out of the attack, and now we're going to see Getma Madanyaka have her chance.
Right, just play that pull shot. Play the pull shot. So it's a shot that they should be looking to play, not leaving.
Yeah, it's the most natural shot in anyone's book. And it's one where, again, a bit of movement going back would also... Oh, nearly gets a caught and bowled, hits it back to the bowler, and it just pops out.
That was crunch, though. It was really hit. That was mullered. Just have a look at this. It's absolutely crunched, this, and it's got to her so quickly that she's not even able to get her hands to it.
I think it came off her leg, yeah.
Absolutely whacked there by Simone.
She didn't quite get it right for the one after. Might have a little bruise there for later in the day. But the batsman tries a similar shot, this time on the offside, and this time gets a single off it. They're going to go through.
No, it's gone for 4.
Oh, it's gone for 4.
It's gone for 4.
Fantastic. So
it's hit so well, so straight, and it just keeps going. And yeah, it races to the boundary. And I don't think she's realised. She's just like, it's gone for 4, but this time there is no celebrations. Well, Simona, she's saying, nothing to celebrate yet. I've got to hit a few more out of the middle first. A good shot. That's a boundary for Simone. And
get
another wide this time. I like the movement. So anything outside the off, she's looking to step into it. Steps into it and wants to really get it in the hit zone. But it's the ones that are on the leg side that not just her, not just Simona, but many of the Bulgarian batters haven't been able to get away. Now this is flighted and it's struck pretty well, but only to the fielder, no run.
Again, it was a good ball. She gave it a lot of air, but it came down. Tried to swipe it across the leg side. Would have been better on the offside. And this time she does go offside over the top of the infield to the boundary for 2 falls in the over now. Well done to Simona. Her score goes along to 9 now from 10 balls.
Yeah, this is good. I like the intent. She's gets herself there and just clobbers it. Lovely jubbly. Good shot. 4 more, 4 runs. This is turning out to be a good over for Bulgaria. Helix is saying that the oval is looking beautiful here. You're absolutely right. It looks absolutely stunning. He's saying top work to the ground staff. Lobs it over the bowler. And just for a moment there, we thought that maybe it was going to be the comeback for the bowler. And caught bowler opportunity.
12 overs. Now, they lost their first 4 wickets for less than 15 first time around. So now they can really go for it in these last 8 overs and try to get that score up towards 100.
Yeah, that was Gitama. That over, not quite going to plan. 12 runs coming off it. It's a good one. They needed that one. And Gitama, a little bit like Chamali, looking for her first joy with a wicket. Hasn't come just yet. As we see another new bowler coming on to the attack. It's going to start with a wide. It's a bit of a harsh call for somebody's first ball. This is Binishwani. Yeah, it's a harsh one, I think. It's a first ball. Give her a break. Come on. This is Binishwani coming on the ball. First one just a little bit too wide. That was a bit wider. That one, fair play umpire. You can call that one.
Yeah, that one, no questions there. She was a little bit wide. Didn't get her action quite where she wanted it. But as we've seen throughout the day, the more you bowl, the better the radar gets.
Yeah, I think we've all been there.
Oh, yes.
That one's up in the air. It's been well hit. Should be looking for at least a couple here. And they will come back for 2. So good, nice, good shot.
Yeah, she hits that over mid-on, into the outfield, gets 2 for it. And they need a little bit more of that. They really want to push this score, get their highest score, and really put the pressure on for their first ever international win.
Binishwani. I think it's the first time that we've seen her having a bowl, I think. this for...
First time for the day, yeah.
Yeah, first time for the day. I think the first time in general, actually, for SD. And just having a look, no, she has bowled before. And that was, she took a wicket against Gibraltar. So she's looking to add to that. Binish Wani. Here comes again.
So you get high in her action. She gets a little bit low at times.
Yeah, it's the, if you look when the arm comes over, it doesn't go all the way up. She sort of bowls it from before it gets up to, so just to watch where the ball is released from. So that's going to be a no ball as it hits the head. She just needs to, it's almost like the last moment she rushes through the action. Just needs to take her time and get that arm right the way up and over.
Yeah, there we go.
And that's been hit pretty well. And I wonder what the height, it's been called a no ball actually for the height. So this will be another free hit to come. So just too high this time. It's well struck. I mean, there's that baseball technique. And this is what we were talking about there, isn't it? This is what normally you start off with the youngsters or anybody new to the game. You just throw them a few balls like that and say, just hit it, just hit the ball. And Bulgaria haven't always done that at times with the leg side deliveries. That's up in the air, but of course, Worcester free hit. It doesn't go to hand anyway, so they'll take another single. So just starting to put a couple of good overs together here, Bulgaria. Similarly to the way they did in the first match, they lost 5 wickets pretty early. Remember, they were 14 for 5, but did get on and post 87 in the end. And they're looking to do the same here. It's all about partnerships, isn't it? Get a partnership going, start to apply a little bit of pressure to the opposition, and you can end up getting yourself to a respectable score, and that's what Bulgaria are looking to do here.
Yeah, they really have upped the tempo now. They've realised they haven't collapsed for 15 and for very quickly as they did in the first game. So now they really can go for it, and the last few overs has proved so much. This one outside off stump for a wide. I think, you know, if she just got a bit higher in her action, she's quite tall, so she would get something out of this pitch, I think.
I think the last moment, she's pretty steady until the last bit. That's much better.
Yeah.
More controlled and almost pulls off a good caught and ball. But I like the fact that she goes for this. They will scramble a single. Score moves to 58 for 4. And I'll go back to my question, sir. 1999 in the World Cup on this day at home. South Africa took innovation too far for the ICC's likings. And what did Hansi Cronje do? Well, their captain, Hansi Cronje, came onto the field with an earpiece that was wired up to his coach, Bob Woolmer, in the dressing room. The drinks interval was as far as it got when the match referee, Talat Ali, ordered Cronje to remove the offending earpiece. South Africa won the game, though, with Jack Callis plummeting 96 in an efficient chase of 254 against India. So that was the old earpiece that he got told off for.
And that was a very, very good South African one-day team as a ball goes down in the field at mid-on.
It's a brave attempt, this. I mean, it was a brave attempt. It struck pretty well, and it's at quite an awkward sort of height. And some of those can be nasties, can't they?
Oh, yeah, if they burst through your hands, then they can cause some damage.
Well, that one's not called a wide, so there must have been a bit of contact there from the bat. So I think that's what Joe's saying there, that this catches some of the bat through. Now, that's the one that got to be played away. Not out this time, probably pitching outside the leg stump,
Most
but
definitely.
better that they've gone for the shot. Yeah, you see there, pitches outside the leg, but at least you're playing a shot at it. And you see it again here. So they go back to Gitama, who is searching for her first wicket as well. It's struck well, but straight to the field over the two new players, Chamali and Gitama, certainly have put a great effort in the field. That made some great stops. And of course, Chamali has picked up that wicket. Gitama wanting hers as well. And this time, again, to the fielder. So the field doing its job at the moment.
I think fielding's generally been excellent over the course of the day. There's been some really good catches, and those people in close on mid-wicket and on the cover areas have really put the batsman under pressure at times as the ball goes out to the square boundary, stopped before it goes over the ropes and thrown back in. The batsmen go through for a single. And Getme now finishes her second over for 14 runs. Nikolova on 11 off her 21, and Simona Jordanova 12 off her 14 balls.
Yeah, not the worst of overs there at all. There was a lot of lofted deliveries. Batters did get a fair bit of bat on, but they weren't able to pierce that infield. 60 on the board now. 4 wickets down, still got 6 overs here to bat. So if they, again, bat the innings. If they can bat out the innings, it's something that Bulgaria have struggled to do in their previous matches. And if they can't do that, they could, again, get to possibly their highest score posted in a T20 International. Well, they'd go back now to Anne-Marie Vesic to try and get the breakthrough here. That was probably one that the batter's disappointed. She's not put away. It was short, and you're not going to get too many hit-me deliveries from Vesic, who is, of course, a wicket-taking machine. And that one is a missed opportunity, you feel, for the batter. And Vili, though, will have another go. And place it to the fielder. The field doing its job. Just a quick look at the field. They've got somebody back now on the 45 on the boundary behind square. A long off, or long on is on the boundary. And they've also got an extra cover out. So they're the key areas that they want to defend at the moment. They can have more out if they want, but I think they're right in not doing it. And that's in the air. Chance maybe. No, just drops in between the two fielders, who then end up barging each other. Well, I can tell you what, Marit Velner is not one that you want to be running into. And I think the fielder there could have done herself an injury. So look at this. Just can't stop on time. And, oh, there's a little bit of a clash between Gitama and Velner. But both seem to be okay.
They stopped before any damage took place, thankfully.
Here comes Vesic again. So they are liking to change her around as well from different ends. That's the delivery that has caused a lot of problems where Bulgaria, anything that's on their legs here, they're just shying away from playing at it. I mean, they've got to practice it. They just need to. It's almost like you want to take all the batters with you into the nets and take a bucket of balls and say, right, every one of you, I'm going to throw you a bucket of balls on your legs, full toss, and I just want you swinging and hitting them.
Free hits, go for it.
Oh, look at
Pitched
that. The stumps have been shattered. There's nothing more emphatic than that, as Simona will go for 12. What a great delivery this is from Anne-Marie Vesic. This is what we call a boogie-oogie-woogie grizzly fireball. Jagade. And the stumps, well, to the left and to the right. Here we go, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. They've been absolutely shattered. You can see 2 stumps gone for a walk. That's going to be the end of Simona.
2 stumps out the ground, lit up. The bowler, beautiful delivery. And that's the reward you're going to get with that length.
Yeah, she's just bowled so well here. There's Vesic, and she's caused problems with all kinds of deliveries. The full one that's been swinging in and causing trouble, and then she gets this one full and straight. That's her go-to ball. That's what she bowled so well in the first match, and that's going to get her so many wickets. Simona gets done by a good one. She goes for 12 or 15, but 2 fours for her. I was impressed with her batting as Alexa comes out to join Vili now.
Alexa Stoilova, and she blocks it away into the short mid-wicket area.
Yeah, Alexa showed in the last match that she can stay there. She can stick around. I think Martina played very much the same role. So that could work well if she does stick around. And as long as Vili keeps going at the other end. That's well bowled. That's that the corridor.
That's it.
Of that off-stump corridor, short of a length, which batters, you can see just trying to fend it off, but the bounce is, the bounce and the pace a little bit too much there from Alexa. Another fine over we see completed there by Vesic. What a spell from her at the moment. She's taken 1 for 6 in the 3 overs. Quite outstanding.
Well, she's got a strong action, and she's just been landing it on a spot all day. There's been very few balls that have been wide. She's generally been attacking the batsman the whole time, and it shows in the figures that she's got. just 6 runs off her 3 overs that she's bowled, so that's excellent stuff.
Yeah, Jacob is leaving us now. Jacob, thank you for tuning in. And match 3, of course, will be tomorrow. Well, we do hope that that's going to be a decider, but if that is to be, then all the neutrals out there will be hoping that Bulgaria can well, get to a score maybe in the 90s, 90 to 100, and then skittle out Estonia. But Estonia were good in that last match, so if we are going to have a decider tomorrow, then Bulgaria are going to have to play very well. Oh, the 2 batters running at the wrong end, and they ran to the same end, but Estonia weren't quick enough to realise that, and they get away with this. This could have been a disaster. So you can see that the backing up's being done right. I don't think there is a run on there, but you can see nobody home, and eventually they do make it back, but well, all sorts happening. The throw not the best.
I think they expected that the ball was going to go past the fielder. The fielder put in a great stop and left the batsmen all a bit confused, both running at the same end, but they got away with it in the end.
They did, and they would get and do get a single, as this is Githama Mandanaika, who does continue with her quest to pick up her first wicket. And it's going to be a no ball because of number outs. I don't know why Githama prefers to come around the wicket. I think she bowled a couple of deliveries from over. It didn't go well, and then she went round the wicket. But I think if she goes over the wicket, I think she'll be far better. Just looking at her action and everything she does, I think if she comes over the wicket, she'll get the ball a lot straighter. She's having to try and do a lot from around the wicket here.
I think because she had struggled a bit in her first over, and then she changed, and I generally get the feeling with players that haven't played for too long that then they feel comfortable there and they stay there. But yes, I always think around the wicket for most bowlers is where you're going to put the batsman under most pressure.
Well, there's that very optimistic LBW appeal there. I don't think this one has a lot going for it, to be honest. You needed another set of stumps there. It's also pitching well outside the leg stump, but
it is. But it's a little ask. It's a yeah.
It's one that the bowler gets away with, really, because I know that we've seen a lot of these missed out on, and there it will be, the first wicket then for Githama. Mandanaika will pick up in her international career, and it's joy for her. And she's waited a long time. She's been close a few times, hasn't she? But this time it gets taken. She'll get congratulated. There's the round of applause for her. And it's a good catch actually taken. It's been hit well, but kept the eyes on the ball. And it's well done, well held. And joy for Estonia. But a little bit of pain now for Bulgaria, because once again they're getting into a position where they're in danger of being bowled out here.
Yeah, it just seems whenever they want to up the ante, they just lose a few wickets and get things in a bit of a kerfuffle. But a good take there. Good take there by Vani, I think it is, who took that catch.
Yeah, very clean catch there by Wani, Binish Wani, and helps teammate Githama Mandanaika pick up her first T20 international wicket. So more joy and more celebration there for Esti. And they get the wicket also off Alexas, who can and has shown that she can stick around. Somebody else who can stick around as well comes in here now. This is Martina. I think Martina put a big long effort in the last match. She was out there for 17 deliveries for the 5 that she scored, but it was a good partnership that she did put together in that match with Slovenia Galabova. So can she do the same here again? She did show that she was able to block out a lot of those good length deliveries that were darted into her stumps.
Well, it was an 8-over partnership that they had for 43 runs for the 7th wicket in the first game, so she can definitely hang around, but they need some runs at the same time.
Well, one thing that will give them runs, and it's certainly, they got 49 of those 87 runs in the first match through extras to bat all the way through and kind of get into that score of the 90s. So have a look at the bowling figures here so far. 2 wickets for Victoria Frey, 2 for 10 in her 3 overs. And everybody else, apart from Binish Shawani, who's only bowled just the 1 over, have picked up wickets as well.
Well, now we see the return of Valna now for her 3rd over, I think, and she's caused a lot of damage. The keeper
It's gone bold. I think that's bold. It's gone right the way through onto the stumps, and Valna continues a great day. She's having, remember, 4 wickets in the first match, and that's her 2nd in this one. 2 for 4, coming on to bowl the start of her over number 3. She just has the knack of getting the big wickets when she has to. So that's another one that will go. It's a bit of a rash shot actually played here by Martina, and that's a dangerous one. Watch the ball here. Hector headgear from the wicketkeeper Natalia. And that's why the wicketkeepers have to wear protection. Watch this. It's straight up from the stump, straight into the headgear of the wicketkeeper. Well, Natalia, she gets a little bit of a shock, but so does the batter who gets bowled out. There's another one that bites the dust, and Martina will go for 1 of the 3 balls she faces.
Well, thankfully she was wearing that baseball helmet behind the stumps, because that would have been a nasty blow around the eye socket. Never a good place to get hit wherever you are in the field, behind wicket keeping or batting. I think Mark Boucher can attest to that. He got a bail, I think.
It was the bail, yeah. You see a lot of that actually, and sometimes the keeper standing back. I've seen it happen with the keeper standing back. I know that once when I was playing in Spain, I started playing Spain, and I was playing on, again, it was an artificial trick. It was quite a track. It was quite lively. Hit the stumps, and the ball went flying and caught the keeper right on the top of the eye.
Dangerous.
Could have been a lot worse in the air, but they will take a single. So let's see how many they can put together here. You feel, though, once again, that Vili Nikolova will be the key here, and see if she can just stay in and control the strike. Here she is. How will she deal with Vanna? Well, she plays that pretty well. We'll say stay there. Don't want to take on any risky singles here. You don't want to lose any more wickets. 7 already down. Still 2 balls to come in this over.
And another great over by Valna. Just 2 for 5 off her 2.4 overs so far. Sensational stuff.
Oh, this one should be looking to run here, and they will. That's a good result, because it means that at least if things stay as they are, that Nikolova will be on strike for the start of the next over. But once again, Valna, the trademark hold of the head. Oops, what have I done? But she's been outstanding today, though, it really has. And I suppose so far with the ball, you could say she's been the player of the day. And,
and again.
Not out, though, because that would have been, wouldn't that be a free hit? Yeah, it was a free hit. So that is not going to be out. She probably knew that, because she didn't celebrate, though 1 or 2 of the others did. So the no ball was followed by this, and there's the wicket. There was some celebrations, and then they thought, no, not out, because the free hit. But Valna says, oh, what have I done? I could have had a 3-foot to follow up a 4-foot. Well, she still does have this ball and an over to go, though. And can she bowl the same ball again? She can, but this time it's just a little bit too much to the right. It will be a dot ball, though. Great day continues with the ball. 2 for 6 after 3. She's still got an over to go, though. So every possibility that she could add another wicket or 2 to her tally. As Bulgaria, their struggles continue with the bats. 72 for 7 after 17.
It's 3 overs still for them to try to get their highest score in their history. Get past 90. So come on, Bulgaria.
See how they fare here. So
Nikolova on strike.
Yeah, field changing around a little bit here. They are putting somebody back straight, because I think they've seen that Nikolova does like to hit the ball pretty well down the ground. No protection, no sweeper out on the offside, though. As it's Frey that comes back, and this one straps the pads and goes across. But I like the fact that at least Nikolova is going for these shots, unlike some of the batters before her who have just left that one alone for Frey and found it's come back and surprised them.
She's not being too passive on that. She's going, and that makes the bowler think about what they're doing. That's what you have to do.
And that's it, gone. She's just nice little celebration there from Victoria Frey. Picks up her third wicket, beautifully bowled, and she's having a sensational day. Of course, was the player of the match in the first with a fine batting display, 39 and 32. But before that, of course, she took 3 for 14. And it's another 3-4 for her, but I tell you what, the way she's bowling at the moment, she could even wrap up the innings here. That's the big wicket, and knocks the leg stump out of the ground as it swung and missed it. But she just has the knack of getting that ball to come in, and lovely celebrations there. That's one thing, Marco, that we love watching from the women. They do celebrate in style.
Oh, they enjoy themselves when it goes their way, and so they should. I mean, this is becoming the well-known Frey show. Both of them doing superbly well. So Bulgaria again in a spot of strife. 8 down for 72. But once again, you pitch up, you get the rewards.
Yeah, both keep that ball pitched up. That's what you always say. Line and length is everything. It's not about the pace. And you've certainly seen that here from Estonia. 2 in 2. And that means you could wrap things up with a hat-trick here. What a great bit of bowling this is for Victoria Frey.
Fantastic delivery. Once again, I think just a little bit of outswing for that delivery. The batsman, a last-minute decision to get her bat down. Once again, she was sort of thinking that the ball was going to go down leg, but with the swing that Victoria Frey's been getting, it goes straight through her at the last minute, puts her bat down, goes under, and 2 stumps are lying on the ground with bails lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. The batter, Nadia, there. Well, Nadia can do Nadia about that because it was a good delivery. Full and straight. And when you're coming in at number 10, well, you know, if you get something like that, you're going to struggle really to try and keep it out. And, well, let's have a look at what we've seen so far. The last hat-trick, it was, of course, Lara Matris doing it there in Jersey. Didn't she have a good tournament? Also scored a ton, of course, did Lara. But could we have another one here, another hat-trick, our first? And don't forget, it could be a 5-wicket haul as well. Victoria Frey bowling then to the number 11, Gabriella. And you just get the feeling that one good straight delivery here could be it. Gabriella.
Will this be the hat trick?
It's in the air and nobody there.
So
where
close.
were they? Marco,
So
where was everybody? It was a
close.
hat-trick ball.
Wow, they could have brought a few people in, really crowded the batsmen, and that probably would have got them the hat trick, but they just missed out.
Well,
But again, good delivery. You know, number 11 batsman, not going to be too confident, I suppose.
they have moved them in a little bit closer now. And that's a good delivery. Oh, she's blocked it. She's kept that out. My money was on Timber there.
See, a round of applause for keeping that ball out. It was a sort of ball that had caused damage all throughout this game, but Ilianova kept that one out. Well done.
Yeah, well done to Gabriella and Victoria Frey. Well, this is, I thought she was doing another technique of running it, but just sorting out her marker, I think. And it's down the leg side and will be a wide, so 73. So they're well short of the 87, which wasn't enough in the first match. Bulgaria having been put into bat this time, so Estonia will be looking to do the double over Bulgaria in the 2 matches we have here today. Remember, already boosted with their first win in T20s. That's another one down the leg side, so confidence flying high with Estonia. But Bulgaria, I think their confidence will be dented if they go down here. Of course, that means that this little series between the two teams already will be sealed by Estonia. But still, Estonia's still got to get the runs. Remember that as Victoria Frey comes in again.
Will she get her line right? It's
Ooh,
still just
didn't
down
play
ledge.
a shot.
She knows what she's looking for, and she's not far off. And if she gets it right, there's a good chance that the stumps will get rattled.
You know, how many batters have we seen miss that? So remember, still has a chance of getting a 5-fer here. Victoria Frey, the last one we saw was from Samanthi, 7 for 15. That was quite exceptional. They're the player from Cyprus.
7 for 15, always nice figures to have.
Ooh, now there's an appeal here and gone. There it is. An international 5-wicket haul for Victoria Frey. She was the only one really to appeal. And in the end, the umpire, Joe Foster, honours it. 5 wickets for Victoria Frey. 5 for 13 to go with the 3 for 14 she took in the first match. And never mind about her batting, so sensational. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, there was hardly an appeal. It's swinging back in. There's hardly any movement, no foot movement. That is as plumb as you get, really. And Joe Foster had no difficult decision to make there. I think that Joe is probably saying, that's plumb. It is plumb. Victoria Frey will pick up 5 wickets and she will put her name in the Hall of Fame.
Well, the sun's out. Estonia are walking off successfully, and Tina Frey with 5 wickets in her back pocket. Sensational stuff. A great performance. And she's ripped the heart out of the Bulgarian innings again with her partner in crime, Maret Valna.
Yeah, very, very good bowling. But I have to say, this time round, the way that the bowlers were used by the captain was really good as well. Remember, we were saying that we thought that Anne-Marie Vesic was a little bit slow in bringing the top bowlers back in the last match, which allowed Bulgaria to put a partnership together. But not this time. They went back to Valna really early, and she came back and took a wicket straight away. Could have taken 2, couldn't she? And then also Victoria Frey coming back just to finish things off at the right time. And they bowl out Bulgaria for just 75. Once again, they changed things around at the top of the order. They were hoping that would work for them. It didn't quite really click off. And even with Slovenia coming in at the top of the order, but the problem with the Bulgaria here was they just never really played the ball that was on the legs. They left it alone, and particularly Victoria Frey, she cashed in. They didn't play the shots, and the umpire said, well, if you don't play a shot and it's straight, you're going to have to be given. So there was plenty of joy for Victoria Frey, and I'll tell you what, she is going to be dancing tonight.
Well, I tell you, Estonia were a lot more ruthless in this bowling innings, and as we said, bringing on Valna, Vesic and Frey at the end really did, in the end, wrap the innings up very, very quickly, as opposed to the last game where in the second half they had that big, long partnership. So certainly a lot more ruthless in this innings. And Bulgaria just a bit passive. You know, I think they needed to go for the ball. Understandably so, after the bad start they had in the first game, losing 5 wickets very quickly. It was understandable that they wanted to hold themselves back, and they did hit more boundaries in this game, but in between there needed to be, I think, a little bit more push to score.
Yeah, I mean, Simona, she did her bit. We saw her hit 2 boundaries in 1 over, and liked her knock. And also, I think Vili Nikolova, remember, after the disaster start that she had, well, this one could have been a disaster as well, as the ball came off the stump and straight into the headgear of the wicketkeeper Natalia. But fortunately, it did its job. I'll tell you who else did its job was Marta Valna, even though that one wasn't out because it was a free hit. And then here, right towards the end, there was some more dancing joy from maybe the dancing queen, Victoria Frey. She was having the time of her life out there, and she would finish things off with a 5-wicket haul as well. Just look at her. You just couldn't stop her. You could not stop. That was the hat-trick ball, but nobody was in close to take it. But we knew it wouldn't be long. Again, another batter just not playing a shot at the ball. It was full. It was straight. It was coming back in. It would have knocked middle stump out of the ground. And umpire Joe Foster puts the finger up, and Victoria Frey is dancing all the way to the dugout there, and pretty sure that she's probably going to go out there and have a little bit of a bat as well, because, well, how can you keep her out of the game?
I thought you were going to say she was dancing all the way to Waterloo.
There's that scorecard there. As I mentioned, a couple of batters there, Simona and Vili Nikolova, getting some scores in there, but a disappointment once again at the top of the over. But what about that bowling scorecard? Fantastic from Estonia. Victoria Frey, 5 for 13. Once again, the star with the ball. 2 wickets there from Marat Valla, 2 for 6. Outstanding from her as well. And Anne-Marie Vesic picking up a wicket too. But also well done to the newbies, to Chamali, who picked up a wicket. Well done to her there as well. And also to Githaram, who picks up the wicket too. So those two have started their international campaign with a few wickets as well. But Bulgaria, they're going to have to be absolutely ruthless. They're going to have to do basically what Estonia did in that inning if they got any chance of getting the win here.
Well, I'd say if they've got a chance to pull off a win here, they're going to have to pitch that ball up, and that's going to be the crucial aspect. And to hold your catches, pitch it up, put it on the stumps, put the batsman under pressure. There is only 75 on the board, 76 to get, so the sun's out, use the heat.
Use the heat. You're going to have to use a bit of heat. You're going to have to get spicy out there. Maybe a little bit of masala. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Bowl well, bowl straight, eliminate the extras, and try to put a little bit of pressure on Estonia. Well, that innings and that reply will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Join myself, Rika Full and Marco when we return. And are we going to see a surprise here from Bulgaria, or Estonia going to win their second T20 international in their history after notching up a victory in the earlier match? John is back when we return in about 10 minutes' time.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to, has to be said, an all-important match here in Estonia between the women of Estonia and Bulgaria, with Estonia winning match number 1 of 3 to play, or 3 matches in total. This is match number 2, and Bulgaria, they've been skittled for 75 with 12 balls to go, with that 5-wicket haul by Victoria Frey. And it's a match they have to win. If they don't win this, then this international series will be a victory for Estonia, with still 1 to play tomorrow. Bulgaria will want to be winning this one, and everything to play for tomorrow. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Marco. Marco, ready for the first ball, and it looks like they're going to go with Biljana Shatarova to open the innings.
As they did in the first game, Shatarova to begin this innings. And yes, they've got 75 runs to defend. And as we saw in the last game, Shatarova bowled better as the game progressed. Started off a bit wayward, but then finished off really tight. So this time, I'll be interested to see how the Estonian batters go along. They were quite aggressive in the first game. Let's see how they go about it this time. Well, they batted around Helena Kjager in the first innings.
First ball here, and the key thing is that it's on the stump straight away, and that's got to be what they've got to do. They've got to attack the stumps. They've got to ball straight. They've got to eliminate the extras, which, just as I say that, the next ball is a wide.
Yeah, that's all important in this innings. Eliminate the extras, put the batsman under pressure, and that's the way to do it. But as we saw in the first game, it took a little while to get into a groove. Of course, they've got less runs to defend this time, so they're really gonna have to be on the ball pretty much from the get-go. So we have Getma Marniake opening the batting and facing for Estonia. As Shatarova comes in, and this ball, just put down. It was an excellent effort. They go through for a single.
I think there's going to be run out.
It's a run out after all that. Well, it was all happening. It was an amazing attempt at a catch at mid-off. It just popped out as she hit the ground. They went for the run, underarmed it, and got the run out at the other end.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at this. There's the drop catch. She flicks it back, and the throw back is, I think, supposed to be a pass. Then I think there's an attempt first time round, which is missed, and second time round, it's on the money, and that is gone. Excellent work in the end. I mean, that one is right up there. It's probably one of our plays of the day, isn't it? Because everything up there, it would have been a tremendous catch. It was taken first time around, but then the little flick back at the stumps, which misses, but the bowler is there. Well done to Biljana to then do the rest. Here we go. HCL Software Player of the Day, maybe. Great attempt. Down it goes. Quick recovery. Pick up and flick at the stumps. But the bowler is there to finish the job off.
And look at the foresight. That's it. Because when you put down the catch, often you're distraught about dropping the catch. But no, she thought ahead, flicked the ball on, and got the rewards. It was good cricket there.
Yeah, and Gitama, unfortunately, she's going to be run out. The second time she's been run out, but this time without scoring. So it's the perfect start from Bulgaria. But they did this in the last match, didn't they? They got that wicket. It was similar circumstances, a run out of Gitama. But then they would struggle for a long period before they got the next wicket. And when they did, by then the match was already done.
True. That's exactly the way it went. But here we have Shatarova going in again. Plays it down again to mid-on. There's no single there. And the batsmen are steadfast in their crease. It is exactly what the Bulgarians women needed to put some pressure on. And getting a wicket in the first over is perfect for them. And again, good tight bowling there. Nothing off the square. Batsmen stay where they are.
Yeah, Shatarova, like this work from her. Bulgaria, they have to believe they need this victory.
And there it is, played across onto the onside, down to a wide mid-on. Goes through for a single. Again, just a little bit short though. It's not threatening enough, and it's playing It's just allowing them to play it into the leg side for some singles. And then when somebody comes in with a good eye, they manage to get it to the boundary. So here, our 5th ball of the over. This one is pitched up. It goes through and straight. Will it make it to the boundary? It's being chased down, thrown in, and they go through for a well-run 2.
Yeah, and that brings us to the end of the over. And look who it is who's out there. It's Victoria Frey, who gets off the mark. She plays the shot well. I wonder if they set the field accordingly to her. They know what she's capable of. Well, we know what she's capable of as well. She was the player of the match in the first. It could be also for this one. 5 wickets she took earlier, and her name is up there in our Hall of Fame. Victoria Frey, take a bow. 5 for 13.
The latest on our Hall of Fame 5-wicket hauls. Fantastic effort. And here she is again batting. Let's see what she can do this time. Although this is striking Natalia this time. The ball just a bit wide. Once again, similar to the first innings in that it took her a while just to get her groove. But once it's there, it's that attacking bat swing, and again outside off stump for another wide. She can just bring it across, then it would hold her in good stead.
And Gabriela just needs to get that ball a little bit closer. You can see, speaking of closer, Bulgaria, they couldn't be any closer to the bat. They really are putting pressure on. Now that's the pretty decent delivery. Asking the question, this time the umpire, Joe Foster, says probably just sliding down the leg side. You can see that she probably gets the ball to go the other way, where Victoria Frey was getting the ball to go into the batters. That's the difference this time. It's
exactly, but imperatively, it was the length.
Yeah, the length is better. That's absolutely right. There's Detalina, the captain there in the background.
There we have it. It's pitched up through the stumps lying on the ground. And another fantastic celebration from the Bulgarian women. It's a good start from them. They are right in this game. And Estonia straight away under pressure. 9 runs, 2 wickets down after 1.2 overs. Sensational ball, pitched up, similar line, but she just brought it across. Plays across, the batsman played across the line, under the bat, stump out of the ground.
I'm loving this celebration here from Gabriela. This is just absolutely sensational. Just watch her go. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, and she's still on her feet. How she hasn't got dizzy, I don't know.
Fantastic
but
stuff.
Joy, emotions, that's all that is about. Joy and emotions. Well done, well bowled. Get to wicket, Gabriela. Natalia will have to go just for 1 of 4 deliveries. And Bulgaria just got to keep believing here. Got to keep believing.
Well, it's the perfect start for them. We've got Chamali in now. She had a very good bowling innings. Let's see what she can do with the bat. And hopefully the bowler's not too dizzy and can keep the ball on the stumps for this ball. It's well played. It's pulled behind square on the offside, but the batters do not go through for a single. But it was a good shot there by Chamali.
Yeah, she looks like a good player, didn't she, Chamali? Remember, wasn't it Chamali that wanted to score her first runs and just never got a legal delivery? So she's still looking to score her first runs, T20 international runs. She has a 0 not out. Now she might get a free hit. In fact, she will run. She's going to get the run. Her first runs, T20 international, Chamali. But she's going to leave the free hit to Victoria Frey. And Victoria, well, she's not going to be shy of putting this one away. That one's just a little bit too high.
Yeah, just over waist height, but they do go through for a single. So that all-important first run, she's off the mark, and she can celebrate that. Free hit now to Frey, and you want to keep this on the off stump. You don't want to bowl this down leg, because we know what's going to happen then. They don't have anyone down there, which is a bit of a worry. Nobody on the boundary down there. Somebody a bit deep at mid-wicket. But this is pitched up on off stump, and it's hit through the offside for no runs. Well stopped there in the covers and given back to the bowler.
Yeah, they've got plenty of bodies there. So even though that's been struck pretty well, I think that if you went straight away, there probably is a single there. But you can see that Frey She doesn't call it. She doesn't even really make eye contact there with Chamali either. So in the end, Chamali, who starts to back up, then pulls the brake, and they stay put, so no run.
Gabriela now with her 5th ball of the over. This one a bit wide off the pitch, and it goes for a no ball. And this will be a free hit.
Yeah, that's the one thing we were talking about, Marco. It's getting the number of deliveries full and straight is something that Bulgaria have struggled with. When they've got it right, they've been rewarded.
Yeah, well, it takes courage. There's no doubt about it. And this one, a bit shorter, hit down the ground. Looks like it's going for a 4. Yes, it does. Well done. And there is the 4 celebration, like bringing up a 50. I love seeing that.
Yeah, it's great. Every time that we've seen Victoria Frey get a boundary away, she celebrates. She just puts both hands up and raises the bat in style. But just well hit, well timed. She hits the middle of the bat, and there's a big chase there. On the Iba. But the fielder can't get there, and it's going to be cuatro más.
And there she goes, arms in the air. Last ball of this over. This one is way down leg, unfortunately.
Yeah, so there's been good, of course, from Gabriela when she did get the wicket. But again, full and straight is the way to go. But when it comes out wrong, you can see she's not even getting it on the track. She's been too far either side, too wide either side. 2 no balls already in this over.
And there we are. She was probably a bit lucky to get away with that. Miss Fry really wanted to whack that behind square for 4. That was in her hitting arc, but she missed it. But she's got another chance next ball. So Gabriela, bring it across, put it on the stumps and put the batsman under pressure. And well played there by Frey, because that ball was heading towards the stumps. She manages to get it out. There's no run. In the end, the over goes for 11, but they get the all-important wicket. And Estonia, 2 wickets down for 18 after 2 overs. Another 1 or 2 wickets here, and that will really put the cat amongst the pigeons. And that 75 might start looking a bit bigger.
Yeah, the only issue that Bulgaria have is that Estonia from here on in, they're needing just 3 and over. And so there's no real pressure on Estonia, but Bulgaria have to try and build that pressure. And I can see they're trying to do it with their field, but unfortunately, I mean, they're giving away more extras than the runs required per over. So Estonia at the moment, well, they don't even have to get bat onto ball, and they're still getting the runs they need in the over. So Bulgaria really have to buckle down here and get stuck into Estonia, but they've got to start making them play. They've got to stop giving away the extras. They've got to start bowling wicket to wicket.
Well, it's all about the wickets. If they're in this game, if they want to walk away with a win here, they need 10 wickets. Simple as that. 75 runs in 20 overs. I think Estonia will score that pretty easily. But this one, Frey tries to pull it away to behind square, doesn't quite latch onto it, goes down, not called. It's a dot ball at the end of the day after all of that. Estonia now 2 for 20 after 2.1 overs.
Yeah, still, I mean, Bulgaria haven't done their homework on Frey. When you look at this field set, they haven't got a square leg back on the boundary.
Which is amazing.
Yeah, see the difference, though, with when they put that ball pitched up, and that's the difference here. It's just pitched up, so Frey can't go in the back foot and play the shot, and there's chances there. That was uppish. So, but that's the line to be. Just don't bowl too short, and don't allow Frey to get back foot and pull the ball.
That's it. Up on off. Up on off. That's what we want. And she smacks it down the ground over the bowler's head, over mid-off's head. She goes back. It plods into the ground and doesn't go too much further, but they go through for a single. But it was a good hit. Didn't quite middle it, but I think if she did, she might have been celebrating a 6.
Yeah, if she did, it would have gone all the way, that's for sure. But she gets a single and rotates the strike. And liking this as well, Estonia having a left-hander in there, so Chamali certainly means that puts a bit more pressure on the bowling side. And no issues, though, first up here for Biliana. She does get it outside the off stump to the left-hander, so good from her. Chamali will be looking to spend plenty of time out there in the middle, try and get and build a good partnership, a good innings going.
She looks like she wants to hit the ball on the offside as well. That one hit back to the bowler. She gives herself a bit of room, hits it back, and the bowler stops it. No runs there.
The wind just picking up a little bit as well as it's coming into the igloo here, so it's a little bit blustery out there as well. So
which isn't going to make any catching any easier.
No, and also I know the catching is one thing, but when you got bowlers that are not bowling with pace and they're mainly just using a lot of flight on the ball, the wind will catch that ball, so that makes it even harder for the likes of the bowlers here. And Biliana is that type of bowler. The wind can take the ball as well. So
yes, there's not a lot of experience. They're all new players. It's great to see the enthusiasm that's being shown out there on the field.
Yeah, another tight call there by the umpire. It's probably one of those which is there or thereabout, but yeah, I like, if we're going with the lines, I mean, I know slightly different here with the ICC regulations, but I know in European cricket on our events, it's if any part of the ball catches that line, it's not a wide. And that clearly is. It's way down the leg side. So extras are the issue. And as I said, that Estonia will go on and win this match quite comfortably without having to hit a ball if Bulgaria can't get the line right. So just straying a little bit either side. Hello to the Trippy clan that are joining in the chat. Nice to have you. Rifat is tuning in from Bangladesh. Hello to you. And that struck pretty well. Bit of work done by the fielders. They'll just take a single.
But it was well struck, and it was a good little pull shot over the infield into the outfield on the leg side, going through for a single. She looks quite classy with some of the shots she's playing, Chamali. I would like to see her bat for a bit.
Yeah, I think she looks like the kind of batter that just needs to spend some time out there, get some time in the middle, and then I think she'll be looking forward to getting a good knock in here today. And also, again, tomorrow we saw a quick look at the scores at the end of the 3 overs. So Estonia going great guns at the moment, 25. And even though they've lost those 2 wickets, we know they have plenty of batting still to come. And the rate required per over is just the 3. Bulgaria need wickets, and they need them quickly.
It's all about wickets at this stage. Here we are over the bowler's head. Oh, maybe could have gone through for a single, put the fielder under a bit of pressure, but they're in the box seat at the moment. So Gabriela Iranova was a good first delivery, asking questions. Let's see what Chamali can do with this delivery. Pulled across beautifully on the offside. There's no fielder there. It's quite a long chase for the point and gully. Gets it in. They go through for 2 runs, but a nice shot. Pulled over the top, went back and came off the middle very nicely. So stylish couple of runs there by Chamali. She goes on to 2 now from 7.
Yeah, there's a nice shot. She plays that shot really well. She's lucky not to get the boundary, but I think the batters could have easily ran 3 there because the throw needed a lot of assistance to come in from there before it went back to the bowler.
And she's in outside off stump this time, a little bit too wide of off stump, unfortunately, out the reach of the batsman. Called wide.
Yeah, welcome to everybody that is tuning in today. Of course, it is Family Day today. Family is not an important thing. It is everything. And that was said by Michael J. Fox, of course. International Day of Families today. So it's good to have you with us. International Family. This is another nice shot played on the leg side by Chamali, the left-hander. I think you're right. I mean, we've seen her play some nice shots here on the leg side, but I think if she gets the right ball on the offside, she looks like she moves into that pretty well. She sort of takes a good stride into the shot. So I think she looks like a decent player that can play all around the park. The longer that she spends out there, the better. I think we'll see Chamali. And she's got a good partner out there with her at the moment, with Victoria Frey.
Yes, this could be a dangerous partnership if it's not broken soon. Here we are with Ilianova with this ball keeper tries to do some handy footwork to stop it going down.
I thought you were going to volley this to the boundary.
Yeah.
Have a look at this. It gave it a good old swing. Look at this. If she caught hold of that, that was coming into the igloo, I'm telling you.
She would have kicked it for 4.
That was going a long way. Well, that's something that we wouldn't have seen again. All right, what other days we celebrate today? International Casino Day. And more than just a place to gamble, they're a vibrant entertainment hub. We know that as well. And, of course, do the economy for the countries they're in a world of good and provide a lot of jobs. That's well struck. That's a really good hit. You can see that one going to the boundary. Yeah, it does. You can see the celebrations from Frey. She plays this shot so well. If it's a little bit short and if she's got room to swing into it, she gives it a good, solid strike. And that is Cuatro Mas Frey. What a day she's having out here.
Oh, yeah, she is going to be enjoying this one and writing it down in the calendar and the diary. This was the day it all went well. Fantastic shot over mid-off. And it was a long chase for the mid-off, for not getting there in the end. And this time played really well behind. She just sort of paddles it down to fine leg. The fielder comes across. They only get it.
Yeah, they're not right easy. I mean, that's 2 there every day, any day. But whether Chamali just gets to the other end and while they're crossing says, nah, let's just take one, probably is the case there because that's an easy 2. That's one thing that Estonia think can do better. That's one thing I've observed in both of their matches, that they can run better. They can, and sometimes it's not just pushing harder. It's just making sure that you do take the runs that are available to you. That's going to be a big wide.
And this is the challenge of the left and right handers here for the bowlers. That would have been a fine delivery to the other batsman.
Yeah, that's the difference there. The ball gets back to the bowler. Yeah, Gabriela, I think the issue that Gabriela has, and you can see that reflected in the bowling figures of all the bowlers as well when you compare them. Like for what we saw from Estonia, is they've just bowled far too many extras, too many wires, too many no balls. As the 4th over comes to an end with the score 37 for 2, and I think it's time that maybe Bulgaria do try something different with the ball. Other days that I haven't quite mentioned yet today, it's also is this is an important one actually. Global Accessibility Awareness Day is celebrated today. People are encouraged to discuss, debate and educate themselves on the digital access issues on Global Accessibility Awareness Day. We mentioned that it is International Kangaroo Care Day as well. And of course it was a day in 1940 that saw the very first drive-in McDonald's that was opening. That was brothers Morris, who was known as Mac, and Richard McDonald, who opened that one. And on this day in 1940, nylon stockings went on sale to the general public for the first time, and American stores sold out within days in 1940. And I've got another question for you, which I can give you that now. And it's born today in 1935, stylish English batter Ted Dexter, known as Lord of the Crease. But where was he born? So Ted Dexter, a stylish English batter, Lord of the Crease is what his nickname was. But where was he born? Just for fun, as that's another nice looking shot. Chamali will just take the single.
Oh, I think I know this one.
Ah. You've had that one in one of your quizzes, I reckon.
Quite possibly, or in one of my cricket books somewhere along the line.
I'll give you the answer to that at about the 10 over mark. And the field now has to change it. That's this left and right combination. I do like it. The one thing I like is when teams have a number of left-handers and you have this left and right combination, because it throws so many bowlers out.
Well, especially, limited experience. It's a hard thing at the best of times to change a line every delivery. When you've been playing the game for a few years, extremely hard. So really challenging.
How were you bowling to left-handers? Did you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were good?
Yeah,
left armer yourself, I suppose.
Well, you can bowl an in-swinger to a right-hander, outswinger to a lefty, and they like sneaking it into slips.
Oh, well, I always worry when you see swings like this and the wicketkeeper And then they're asking the question, what's happened here? Has it been given... Have we seen a stumping here? Let's have a look at this. So first we see, I mean, the umpire at the bowler's end has called a wide here. Now what's happened here? The bails are down. I think it's hit wicket. I think she's gone onto a wicket. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. So here's the swing. Watch this.
Yep.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Caught the wicket, unfortunately. So Victoria Frey is going to be out, hit wicket. And that's going to be, so it stays, it's not a wide, by the way, and there's some people saying, well, is it still a wide? No, not a wide. The umpire who calls the wide makes an error there first time around, didn't see the bells coming off, and you can see the wicket keeper inquiring, looking at the square leg umpire and saying, hey, isn't that out? Because here it is.
Indeed, in the process of playing the shot, and this time the dancing queen salsa's a bit too much, right onto her stumps.
Yeah, so a hit wicket. So that's a breakthrough, and Stanislava will get the credit for that wicket as well. As we see, well, Victoria Frey goes for 12 off the unlucky ball, number 13. So they do take a third wicket. Now, this is going to be now interesting here. If they can keep it tight, you've seen batters now coming out that we haven't really seen before. So we're seeing Anna-Marie Vesic now come out, the captain. So can they pick up another wicket or two and create some real pressure here?
Yeah, we haven't seen her bat yet. She's been very good with the ball. Let's see what she can do with the willow in hand after that interesting dismissal.
Yeah, this is, of course,
Sarandeva coming in.
Yeah, so Vesic is the cap, but you can see what I mean there. They just,
Yeah.
I mean, that's 3 wides on the spin. It's to the new batter as well, who you should be putting pressure under, and that's the 3 that they need in the over.
That's it. And it's pressure off. It's basically there's no pressure on the batsman in that situation. So this is outside off. This will be no ball, not quite on the pitch.
Yeah, not on the pitch here now. And
Okay.
Bulgaria, it's almost like every time they get a wicket and they give themselves a little bit of belief and think we can get back in this, that then they have a little period of play where they allow Estonia once again to get away with it. 42 for 3.
Yeah, just take the foot off the gas a bit while this is played behind square quite well. Good stop, but it goes through for a boundary, goes through the legs, unfortunately. And that's, although the wicket's gone in this over, 9 runs have come off it. And when you're only defending 75, that's a hefty old chunk.
Yeah, Alexis here making a good effort. She does chase hard, she gets down, but unfortunately she kind of overruns it. And though she does get some fingertips to that, it's not enough to stop it. The good first scoring stroke there from Anna-Marie Vesic, the captain. It gets off the mark.
She goes for it again on that one, but doesn't quite connect, and the bowler gets away with one. So 3 balls down in the over, still 3 to go. So Vesic on strike. Plays it aggressively to mid-on. Stopped for no single.
Yeah, stopped there by the captain there, Catalina. I thought she was almost dive on top of that one, and she tended to slip as she went forward.
This one slips down off stump. It's outside, doesn't hit the pitch for a no ball. It's going to be a free hit. So although the wicket was taken in the over, the pressure in the over has subsided, unfortunately. But let's see what Sarandeva can do with this delivery. She's got 1 to go. Put the pressure on. Pitch it up. Oh, and this one goes for the big... Oh, she takes... It goes down. It was nearly a wicket, an all-important wicket of Anna-Marie Vesic. She gets a top edge. It goes down to short third or a deep slip.
Almost kind of a gully fly slip position, and you can see the frustration. It's in and it's out, but it's an opportunity. And we know that in the first match, there were opportunities that Bulgaria didn't hold on to. They're not all easy, but if you hold on to those chances, you can apply a little bit of pressure. End of the over, 47 for 3, as we take an early look at what will be coming up in the Euros of women's cricket at the Carnama Oval there in Andalusia, Spain. And this time around, slightly different. We will see that there's an emerging division as well as the Challenger and the Premier. That's been hit well, and that ain't going to be stopped, is it? It's going all the way to the boundary. Shamali gets this one away. It's not a good delivery. It's a full toss. Anticipating now that ball to be going down the leg side, and she just wants to get hold of it. If she gets anywhere near it, look, she's giving it a lot of a swing, and if she gets hold of that, it's just going to travel. And she's just expecting this ball to be down the leg side and ready to already go there again. Look, here she goes. And played away, but this time there is a fielder out there. It should just be a single on this occasion.
Well, that one was a little bit more attacking. It was a little bit more pitched up, and if she'd missed that, she might have had an issue. But she manages to get it away for a single. And now we have Vesic on strike. 4 runs off the 6 balls she faced. And Katrin bowling her 3rd ball of her over. She's going to come round the wicket now. It's changing the angle, outside off, well done. Swing and a miss. Keeper takes it, no run.
Yeah, that's better. I mean, it goes back to what we've said before, that most of the bowlers from Bulgaria, 50% of the balls they've delivered have been good, but it's the other 50 where they've always given so many extras away, extras and no balls. And of course, it's not just the runs that you get because of the extra, it's the runs that come off the extra ball as well. And that's where they need to try and improve. Coming back here tomorrow, that's another one down the leg side, so it's another big wide. Just a reminder of that question. Of course, we know that Ted Dexter was born today, stylish English batter, in 1935. He was nicknamed the Lord of the Crease, but where was he born? We'll maybe give you the answer to that after, let's say, the 7th over. We'll put it up on the screen for you. And some people will know it already, others might be surprised.
So Srandeva, another one down leg side. And now only 21 runs needed now by Estonia to win this match. And this one's played behind square, but they don't go for the single. It's hit pretty much straight to the fielder. She just gives it back to the bowler. But yeah, 21 runs. Just put the pressure on. There's another game tomorrow. More to play for. So here we are. Vesic here outside off stump. Swipes it down into the leg side. No run there.
Trippy asking who's my partner here today, and of course it's Marco. Marco, tell everybody a little bit about yourself, because I know we did first thing this morning, but a few people have come on board since, and while we have a look at the scorecard, just let people know who you are and where you're from.
Well, I'm born in Austria, Italian father. I say I'm half Austrian, half Italian, half Australian, so everyone can work it out for themselves. And I played a lot of cricket in Austria, a lot of history at Seeban, and love European cricket and all the fun that goes with it.
Well, thank you very much. And we're going to have some fun here together as well. I know that Vinny Sander, when he finishes there in Landskrona in Sweden, he's going to join us for a bit as well. So you're going to have myself, Marco and Vinny here at times, as that one's going to be another wide. So the problem with extras continue as new bowler now comes on to bowl. This is Katrin
Srandeva. Bowled the over before, 8 runs coming off it. Here we are, not many runs to play with here, so every extra really hurts at this stage of proceedings. But Shamali looking very composed. Very composed at the crease, just waiting on the ball that she wants to hit. This one just overcompensated the other way. One to the left, one to the right. Now we want the one down the middle.
Yeah, we do. We need the one down the middle. And Somalia never really got a chance to hit at a ball in the last match, but she's done well here. And we both like the look of her. She looks pretty stylish. That's a better delivery. I think that's one thing. If you could nail in a nutshell the difference between the bowling between the two sides, I think this would be it. Estonia bowled a lot of deliveries in this area outside the off, where the batters weren't able to hit on the leg side or just wait for the ball and go back and hit straight down the ground. They had to try and hit on the offside. Estonia did that well. Bulgaria, it's freezing here. It's cold, and you can see they've got the beanies on. They've got everything on here. They've got the hoodies underneath their kit. So fair play to them. It's not easy. They've travelled. They've got here. I mean, they're not complaining because they're playing cricket, and these girls, they love to play cricket. But it was a tad cold, but I'm glad that the sun has come out for them this afternoon, and let's hope that it's out tomorrow as well. Only the one match tomorrow, remember. One T20 international, so we'll have a short day tomorrow here, but of course the cricket will continue in Landskrona. You still have the 5 matches happening there tomorrow, and we'll remind you of what's coming up in Landskrona tomorrow as well before we come off the air. And I know some people are probably asking and thinking that normally we do go onto a comms cam to show our faces, and that would have been nice with Marco being with me for the first time on the network here today, but unfortunately with a few camera issues, and because we are doing T20 cricket, we do need the cameras to be filming from both ends, so we've had to sacrifice our camera here today and probably tomorrow. But with going back to T10 action over the weekend, I think we'll have a camera for you, and we'll be able to smile and say hello to you and give you a bit more of a personal touch from the commentary position.
As Srandeva continues her last ball of her over. Chermali facing. Hits it down the ground, past mid-on.
Yeah, do you find that one thing also that Bulgaria could do, I mean, they'll go back and look at this, is the field seems to be in clusters. So, like, if we look at the offside field, there's about 4 fielders pretty close to each other. Same on the leg side. I mean, a shot like that, if you had the one in, and a ring inside the 30-yard circle, that's a catching chance. And that's something that, again, that Estonia seem to have worked on. They seem to have one in close on each side for the single. Then they have the other sort of on the circle, or maybe even inside the circle, to keep the squeeze on. But if you have a look at that, you can see what I mean. Just look at the way they all clustered there on that offside. So you don't need 3 in a line there close. You could have a little mini circle, one each side, and because that one person is there to stop.
Cold, 25 degrees. It's been good. It's been good. We've actually started the outdoor season there as well a few weeks ago.
Hello to Julian Dawson, by the way. Joins in as well. Getting England out of trouble, wasn't he? A stylish stroke player. Most notably with a marvellous 108 series is going to go Estonia's way. But then the weekend, we have got 7 matches of T10 internationals as well. The ECIs, 4 on the Saturday and 3 on the Sunday. So there's every chance that they'll get better and better.
2 overs, we've gone for 12 so far. It looks like Shotorova is maybe warming up, might be bowling the next.
It didn't work and she went round, but round the wicket, she hasn't done any better, hasn't done any different. She keeps bowling down the leg side. So that over comes to an end. I want to touch on this. Back in 2022, Marco, was a sad day for cricket lovers globally, as on this.
I'm only 47, no age at all, and 2022 was just not a good year for former Australian cricketers. We also lost Rodney Marsh, and the next day we lost Shane Warne.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, sadness all around on the Australian cricket front in 22. But Andrew Symonds at such a young age, and Shane Warne obviously, at the age of 52. Rod Marsh had a long and distinguished career and life. So hats off to Bacchus, Andy, and Roy, and Shane, to them all.
Ditalina, the captain, going to have a ball up in the air, and that's been held. Oh, that is tremendous. Absolutely fantastic catch. Oh, there has been so many outstanding moments from both these two teams. That one is right up there as one of the best. What an outstanding catch this is. And Ditalina will pick up a wicket, but only thanks to a great bit of cricket. What a sensational catch that is. That's absolutely brilliant from Gabriella. Holds on to the catch, and then look at them all come together. Blessing.
It is an advantage. And that was a good ball by Ditalina. Pitched up right on middle peg.
Detalina, we didn't see a bowl at all, did we, in the first match? And from taking a cap off, put the cap back on. It's much better with the cap on. Is that one just ends up going way down.
Cap back on.
Yeah, give her back the cap.
Put the cap back on.
The cap kept her nice and straight. Now she's got the freedom. She's all over the place, Detalina.
The sun's out. You need the cap now. Come on.
A free hit to come as that one misses the pitch altogether.
Just 6 runs needed. Thrown in. Single hugs all round at the bowler's end.
Well,
Beautiful to see.
I think they clashed. Something happened here. Here we go, look.
Oh, there we go. a clash, instant hug.
Instant
and
hug.
Instant embrace.
I like that. It's just like, I'm just going to run into a hug. I think we'd all like that now and again, just to run into a hug.
Oh.
And everything feels better.
Doesn't it just? So, Detalina, 2 balls left in this over. Only 3 runs needed to win. Vesic facing. And again, just off the stumps, holds her head. She might need another hug. That's what she's missing.
Give me another hug. Yeah,
hug
well,
and a cap. So here we are. Everyone in. There's one person outside of the infield. They're only trying to. They're only need 2 runs to.
Vesic, that was a better delivery. Could you get another one full and straight like that in again?
Right,
she can, you know.
There we go. And this one though is a bit shorter down leg and played behind square leg, and the fielder throws it in. The batters go through for 2.
Yeah, well, that'll be it. That's job done.
That is the winning runs. So Estonia with 6 wickets in hand after 9 overs.
Yeah, they complete the job. Just the 9 overs required this time. Remember, needed just over 11 to get to the 87. So it's a comprehensive victory to Estonia. They started the day, both of these 2 teams, without a win in their T20 internationals that they played so far. Estonia had played 10 and Bulgaria had played 8. But Estonia on home soil have won the first 2 here. And that's their first 2 victories in T20 internationals. Well done and congratulations to them. Bulgaria, they are still in search of their first victory. They have now got to double figures without a win. Maybe tomorrow, when we have one more match between these 2 to play, will be theirs to win. But this series will be won by Estonia. They go 2-0 up with the 3 matches to play in total. And that means that, of course, Bulgaria, even if they would win tomorrow, that they cannot win the series. So congratulations to Estonia, but I'm still sure that they're looking forward to being back out there. I want one of those. I think if you can also get it to Hoover the House, it'll be the perfect thing. It will bring you the drinks. Hoover the House, Starship is the way to go. Also the way to go is hit the ball hard, because if you do, it'll go all the way to the boundary. Well, Starship's out there. That shot was smooth and swift, like the Microlino as it goes to the boundary. 4 runs, good hitting, and there's the celebrations.
It's a Frey celebration, as she was hitting another boundary during that.
Of getting herself out as she went for her famous shot. She may have hit the ball, but she also in the process went on and hit the stumps. That was frustration. It could have been another wicket. And if those catches were held, who knows? But that one was held. That was just sensational. Gabriella, they kept on hugging, they kept on dancing, they kept on celebrating. But the celebrations will continue tonight for Estonia, that's for sure. And Bulgaria, I think tomorrow, they will come back a better side as well. They know what they've got to do. They know what they've got to focus on. I'm pretty sure that they will have a look at the play here today and come up with some plans themselves. Let's have a quick look at the batting scorecard, and a number of batters chipped in there, Marco.
Yeah, it started off with a few low scores from Getzma and Natalia, but then Frey, Chamali and Vesic all pitching in 12, 15 and 9. Of course, looking at the extras, winning the day with 38. But everybody pitching in, and even the ones all contribute to the final score. So good, consistent batting effort in both games, actually, from Estonia.
Yeah, and with the ball there, I think we know the issues. We've talked about it a lot. Just not enough percentage of good straight balls. Too many extras, 38 of them, as you touched on already. But there were wickets there as well. Well done to Gabriella. Well done to Stanislava and also the captain, Detalina, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more from her bowling tomorrow, because once again, when she got it right, she did cause trouble.
I think we saw with every single bowler today, when they got the ball in the right areas, all the batsmen had issues.
Estonia, they did a lot of things right here today. I think their field setting was great. I think the bowling, they were much tidier in this match. Whereas I think Bulgaria, they can be a little bit more precise with the field position. They seem to have players in clusters rather than players that are covering the whole. Some other bowlers will also be used. Of course, the Estonia team being at home, they've got a lot more players available to them, whereas Bulgaria don't really have. They haven't got a big squad here, so you'll probably find that a lot of those players will be playing most of the games, so I'm sure will get better all the time. But one thing for sure is that the cricket has been entertaining, it's been enjoyable, and it's been fun, and it's been a joy to watch, and it's been a pleasure being here with you for the first time and talking through the games as well, Marco.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here and a pleasure doing it with you. And sensational to see. You know, one thing that I just missed is I want to hear calling from my fielders, you know. As you say, mine, that's it. You've got no...
But there's cricket that continues, of course, in Landskrona in Sweden. So plenty of cricket happening there. And this is a look at their... Well, day 4 or 5 at Landskrona, Seaside and Ariana Kif Hassinger and Ariana CC. Seaside and Ariana Kif, I think they're in action probably at the moment. So plenty of action happening there in Sweden. Tina Goff doing it alone today, but I know that Vinny Sandhu is on his way there, and the two of them will be reunited there tomorrow. Talking about tomorrow, we have one match here tomorrow, so we're going to have a nice Peacock Friday, and match number 3 is going to be Estonia taking on Bulgaria. Again, that's going to be the last of the T20 international matches. And then over the weekend, we do it T10 style, fast and furious, we like to call it, when the teams will play 7 matches. So it's time for us to say our goodbyes. But first of all, on my part, Robbo a little bit earlier as well. You guys are a credit to cricket in Estonia, and it's been absolutely fantastic to be here. All that's missing, just want to put a request in, I want Starship to come over here at the end of the match and just deliver us some of end of the match drinks. That would be nice. Maybe you can work that out tomorrow. I do like Starship. I want one of those. And I've been told that we're going to bump into a few of those as we walk around Tallinn as well, as they go about delivering door to door. I think that's a wonderful idea. Starship, I love it, and I love the fact that they go out there and give the drinks to the players as well. So it's been absolutely wonderful. Well, it's time for us to pack up and go. But of course, we always have the highlights of the day. I can hear the music playing, a little bit of back and forth. So it's goodbye from us. You know what I like to say. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia. Adios.
Auf Wiedersehen.
my body back and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.